Hi, welcome to Duel On number 4. I'm going to be commentator today, at least for the first half of this tournament, Dr. Potato, and I'm here with my co-commentator, Dolly.
Hi. You kind of say it a bit off. Kind of says like Dolly, but it's actually Dally.
Dally. Okay. Should have clarified how to pronounce your name earlier, but
Yeah.
whatever. We're starting the first match, and that's so yeah. How much? Do you want to just say again for the stream? How much do you know about Tableturf?
I just know generally how to play. I'm not too big on the deck theory yet, but I do know that there's definitely some combo synergy that you can have in this deck. You want some big pieces to take control of space, and you want smaller pieces to fill in small gaps just in case you're struggling to find a play.
Yeah, basically. And so, I think, Blufii had a pretty strong opening hand, which unfortunately didn't go very well, where they had, the good amount of big cards, but, Husband just kind of blocked them off while also somewhat piercing into their base. And so I think at this point, Husband has an advantage going into this match. Although this is very early on to tell.
Well, yeah, it's only been the first few turns. I believe there's only 12 turns in Tableturf. You never know.
So, the matches they aren't decided in the first 12 turns, or the first few turns, but the first few turns are very important, because how will you open and how will you set up your base, set up the rest of your combos, is going to be very important. And so, now after about halfway, both players are kind of just filling in space, trying to have a point advantage and special advantage going into the end game. Yeah.
Yeah, so far I'm not really, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't really very many special points built up, because I know that establishing, oh hey, my favorite card is being played. I'm surprised. I'm usually used to seeing like a lot more special points built at this point in time.
Usually there is. It looks like neither of these players had a very combo-focused deck. More trying to rush and get into your opponent's base. Although neither player succeeded in that. And like it looks like because of that, Blufi's gonna have to pass on turn 2. Which is always rough. But
yeah,
Ooh. And so do you know what 312s are?
312s? Yeah, they're the specials.
Yep.
Quite literally specials, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really use the word specials because that's confused because specialing is an actual mechanic in the game. But yeah, generally the strat is to use your 312s on the very final turn of the game to make
it's a draw.
That's really rare. All right. Don't actually know what they do in case of a draw in this tournament. Presumably, I think they just replay the match on the same map.
Yeah, I think that's what's supposed to happen. That's what logically makes sense in a draw state.
Yeah. Screen went dark.
So you're saying that the special cards are actually called 312s, which I understand because there are only 3 special points to charge, and they cover 12 spaces.
Yeah, that's exactly why they're called. That's why the community at least calls them 312s. I'm sure Nintendo would just rather call them specials, but this is just to distinguish them from specialing other cards. Which, yeah. So,
yeah, a lot of TCGs kind of have like their own little nicknames for certain cards.
Yeah.
My friend told me about a card called Tim.
called what?
It's a card in Magic the Gathering where you summon it and you just tap it and it just pings your opponent for 1 damage.
That I've played a little bit of Magic. That doesn't sound super useful.
Usefulness can vary.
Yeah.
I don't personally think it's... I think it's more annoying than I'd say useful, actually.
Yeah.
This seems to be like quite the starting hand. A lot of space is going to be taken early on, given those big cards that Mr. Blufii has. And mid is already kind of locked out at the moment.
Yeah, both of them decided to play very defensively. And Blufi's opting to play Tentamissiles early, which usually is kind of a problem. Because when your opponent's trying to special into your base, ideally they're going to be blocked by all of your special points. But since the 312s don't have a special block, that's the reason why they can afford to cost so little special blocks, or special cost. They really can't block anything. And so later in Husband Specials, that's a huge area, just prime area to take over.
Yeah, I agree, because blocking off special is definitely something that... Blocking with a special is kind of more just a last-ditch effort that I resort to.
Yeah,
you want to keep that for when you actually need it.
Yeah, it's usually not something you want to do early in the game. Yeah. And so it looks like this time around, Mr. Blufi's getting their special combos significantly more. At least it looks like they're set up for a bunch of combos. We'll have to see how much they actually get activated. But it appears their hands full of big cards, and we'll actually have to see. It remains to be seen how many small cards they actually have in their deck to get all those combos off. Last game, did you say that Burst Bomb was one of your favorite cards in the game?
Burst Bomb is actually my favorite card in the game. Because it's just, you just plop it down and it might not seem as useful because it's just it only turfs for 1 point. But I like to think of it as the perfect card to wedge in some places if you want control.
So, Burst Bomb's like kind of notorious because a lot of people come in, like it's definitely usable, in my opinion at least, although a lot of other people don't really agree with that. But the problem with it is it's only 1 point, which is, when you use it, it's almost the same value as a pass, which generally, since you can pass any card, usually people say it's just worth more to, it's usually just worth more to just pass. But everybody has different opinions on that, so...
Yeah, I can understand why it seems like a good pass, because it only turfs for 1 point, but you said that you can... The orange block, in the case of yellow, can be used to block other specials from coming in.
Yeah, it can be.
So I think it has a little bit more utility than just blocking. So in the term of other card games that I played, it's a good cycle card. It's a low value card that is generally a safe play in some situations. Yeah,
it is. The problem is cycle cards don't really work very well in Tableturf because the cards don't have any extra utility. It's just kind of you play them and get points from them. And Burst Bomb can't really do that very well. Its best map is Box Seats by far. Because have you seen Box Seats before?
Box Seats. I haven't played enough Tableturf to know like all the maps in Tableturf, unfortunately.
So it's the final map it's the final map you unlock at like level 37 or something. But it's just a square that's 10 by 10. It's the smallest map in the game by far.
Oh yeah, if you have a burst bomb, I definitely would make some good use there, because a lot of big cards would get, well, they wouldn't be able to fit after you get control, so you'd constantly be cycling your cards by passing, so having some smaller cards to cycle around and fill in some gaps would be helpful for your big cards.
It's definitely a map where you want to have a lot more small cards than you would in a normal deck. Standard for normal maps, you run decks where you calculate deck size by just adding the total size of all the cards. But for normal maps, you usually use a deck size of 130 to 150, somewhere in that range. And then in box seats, 100 is considered really big.
So, I'm gonna have to go into. I'm gonna have to learn a lot more of the deck theory in this game. So I'm a bit more practiced in Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and all that.
Yeah, fair enough. For game 2, because this is technically game 2, they opted to go. Husband opted to go back to Thunder Point. And unfortunately tries to play defensively. But Mr. Blufii gets the breach on it. And yeah, Husband blocks him off on the next turn, but that's already a good bit of territory. Oh, never mind. Blufii can just keep attacking.
Yeah, this is quite a bit of territory that's just being invaded. Like, even though Blufii is losing some points because of the mechanics of Tableturf, where the smaller card will always cover up the bigger card.
Yeah,
they're still wedging themselves into their enemy territory, which is actually pretty good. Fortunately, they can't fit that big card in quite yet. But I think kind of just causing problems in the enemy base, kind of like you do in actual games. It's going to work out, and it looks like Husband's catching on to that, and they're going to start doing it themselves.
Yeah, but best defense is a great offense, so
I believe in that.
Yeah, that's kind of how this game works. Decks are usually most decks usually have a play style they want to use, whether it's defensive or offensive. And so this is how most games with offensive decks go. This is usually how an offensive deck plays against a defensive deck, where it's just the defensive deck just keeps trying to secure its own area until it eventually has to either completely blocks them off or just gives up and has to go take territory of its own to make up for all the lost space.
I see. With my little experience of playing Tableturf, I actually like to go on the offensive, and I usually have minor combos, small combo cards that are inserted in. I'm not a full beatdown player. I never have been in most card games, but I usually like to wait for that right moment just to take you out.
Yeah. Yeah, in my opinion, I find offense decks a lot more fun to play. But that's just me. The best player of this game actually plays a very defensive deck. Their name is Showers. They were scheduled to play in this tournament, but they actually dropped out. Just take a break.
I find that unfortunate because I would have loved to see a professional Tableturf player play. Because I've never seen someone do well in Tableturf yet. So it would have been a whole new experience for me to experience.
Ooh,
okay.
Especially on turn 2, or the second, turn 2, which isn't a very good idea. Oh, Nintendo netcode happened.
Looks like we're gonna be in for the long run.
All right. It appears that Husband was the one that lagged out. And so, unless I'm mistaken, I think the rules state that if they DC, I don't remember exactly what turn, but if they DC after a certain point, whoever it is, whoever DC'd loses the match. And so I think that's a set win for Mr. Blufii. Unless I'm mistaken.
We'll never know the ultimate outcome, but at least they won.
Yeah. Although I do think Husband was about to win that game, which just makes it more unfortunate for them. But
it does. Didn't they have a bunch of special points stored? So after that second to last turn special, they could have just played the special to retake their territory.
They had 2 special built up, which may or may have not been enough, but I think they had enough of a special lead, or enough of a point lead that it wouldn't have mattered, because all Mr. Blufii could do was play the burst bomb, which would only be 1 point.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll never know who won that.
We'll never know. But I think we're supposed to take a short break right now. So we'll see you on for the next set of Duel On.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today! Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And we're back. Next game is gonna be Zyliqx versus I think on challenge their name's RandomPerson, but in game their names I don't know how to pronounce it. We're gonna go with RandomPerson. RandomPerson versus Zyliqx.
Honestly, that RandomPerson makes a bit more sense. It's just like, oh look, it's not random guy.
Random person, random characters. I'm sure they have.
It's funny.
So yeah, random person I have not seen before in a tournament. Zyliqx attended a couple early Tableturf tournaments. Is a pretty good player.
Oh, I'm seeing some new maps that I haven't quite played on yet.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
So the start. It looks like we're starting on River Drift, which is a very divisive map. Some people like it, some people hate it. Some people say you can only play aggressive on it. Some people say you can only play defensive on it. Nobody can really figure it out. So.
Well, as my experience in another game that kind of involves cards, I'm going to be expecting quite a bit of bridge spam.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty good opener hand for Zyliqx. Although it looks like they're gonna turn one use Zipcaster, which is their 312. So now we get to see. Looks like they're gonna try to push off, try to break through, before it can get blocked off by random person. Which it looks like they're gonna be able to do. We'll have to see if they end up being able to block that Bloblobber that's coming up.
I don't know. Bloblobber is kind of one of the most oppressive weapons in the game. Might not yield the results they want. Oh! Looks like they blocked and got a point.
They blocked it, got their special point, but they also covered up Zyliqx's special point. Now, Zyliqx doesn't have a special block positioned towards nobody's or towards random person's spawn. Because if you remember how special blocks work, you can only special if you play it next to a special block.
Yeah. Yes, I know how the basics of Tableturf work. And your special points can also block the enemy from covering with their special as well.
Yeah.
So they are useful both offensively and defensively.
Exactly. But Zyliqx did not get they just don't have an offensive special block, which could very much hurt them later in this game. We'll have to see how it turns out.
Yeah, just right now things are going to be a bit defensive as special points are flipped and eventually turns are going to be passed.
Eventually.
However, I am noticing the combo piece already. Yep, I knew that they'd figure that out.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to play that quite yet because sometimes conserving a card for a better moment just to catch your opponent off guard is going to be the play of the game.
Yep. Usually you want to play your bigger cards first, and then slowly transition to the smaller ones. Oh, and that's a perfect spot for Splattershot getting 2 special points. Well, on the other side, Random Persons does have the special lead. Although maybe with this combo, not for long.
Or maybe not. It could just be evened out because if Random Person gets 1, that's 5 for them.
Yeah.
And if Zyliqx is getting 2 with this next card play, they're gonna have 5.
Yeah, it does look like Random Person does have a lot of open space and a lot of opportunities to get more special blocks. So that does even up the game, but Zyliqx is a 15-point lead, and leads that big are getting get really hard to come back from.
With 6 special points, I'm thinking things are going to be looking pretty decent for Zyliqx right now. This could be a good comeback, actually.
Yeah,
right now, E-Leader is going to be used as a special attack at the turn 2.
It looks
They're going to try to wedge it. They're trying to figure out a place to wedge it. That's where he gets the most points.
Yeah, so what they're looking for now is they're trying to find a way to activate the E-Leader special block, and then they'll have enough special to play Triple Ink Strike off of that. Unfortunately, it does not seem like they found a spot.
Perhaps they could try with the Steelhead.
They may have to, Oh. Now, Zyliqx does not have, can only special the Octo Stamp, but we'll have to see, how many points, Random Person's able to get with Takaroka coming out.
Quite a bit, but maybe this will be enough to maintain the lead.
Potentially. I do think
I think it is. Yeah. 92, 98. That makes Zyliqx the first winner of this set.
So, go check map pool. So they're going to double Gemini for game 2.
I haven't played this map on a lot either. I played it once, and I think it's very weird. The deck that I run isn't very well suited for this map.
Yeah, Double Gemini is definitely one of those maps where you kind of need a map. You almost definitely need a deck that's specifically suited for it. And that is an interesting choice to keep the starting hand. And now comes the big 50-50 question of which way do you want to block off one of the two directions? Do you want to play offensively? And Zyliqx decides to attack, and Random Person decides to defend. So Random Person doesn't want to just stick on, doesn't want to play defense, so they're just going to keep agreeing to just trade off large chunks of their own territory.
That was interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, this defensive splatter shot does get covered up by the Splash-O-Matic, because that card's still good in this mode too.
I'm glad Nintendo is making Splash significantly worse with all these minor indirect nerfs, but I know that we're supposed to be talking Tableturf right now in general, but I'm still a little bit peeved that they haven't done the nerf that everyone wants, and that's 220p Splash.
I think at this point, I don't think 220 is necessary, but with the Crab Tank and Burst Bomb nerfs. But I do think 210 is. I think 210 is almost necessary.
I'm just done with seeing Splash running rampant, if I may.
Yeah, although luckily for Splatfest, I found out that Crab Tank is not very good in tricolor battles. Because the maps aren't nearly as linear as normal Splatoon. Zyliqx is going to try to fit Steelhead into... ideally, they can fit the Steelhead into a corner to instant activate special, but they don't find a spot that they can do it.
I would actually say I think I found a place where it could fit, but unfortunately they're using Splat Bomb and not the Small Fry.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it still can't activate a special. So this is 1 special and 2 special going into turn 4, and the score is nearly completely even. And playing Splat Bomb there would net 2 special points, which I think is very much worth it.
It doesn't sound like too bad of an idea.
Although the only problem is Zyliqx will be going farther ahead, farther behind in points. But with all these small cards in their hand, there's not too much they can do about it. They do find a spot to activate Chum instantly. Chum is one of the better... Chum kind of sucks in most other maps, but on this map specifically, slots perfectly into the walls. It's a great piece to play.
Yep, and I haven't really thought too much about using Chum because I'm not. You know how I said I haven't really done a lot of deck theory in this theory crafting in this game mode. I'm mostly just running cards I like, such as cards that synergize with my main weapon pool.
That's...
Or my main weapon kits, because I play a ballpoint deck in...
Oh, that's totally fair. Ballpoint's a very good card in Tableturf. I've seen a lot of that so far.
I'm glad that my favorite weapon is good somewhere, at least.
Ooh! I don't think Zyliqx saw it, but there is a very good spot that they could play Triple Ink Strike. Ooh, and if they do play... and playing that there does get rid of that spot, but...
I actually noticed it. I saw what you were going for.
Yeah, although there are other spots. This one will only be slightly worse. There is also functional. Yeah, there's plenty of spots now where it can be played. And so, well, nobody does only have a 2-point lead. Given they both have 3 special points, they're both going to be playing specials this final turn. At least I'd assume. And so this will be a very close final match. And I do believe that game goes to RandomPerson.
I believe so, just by 2 points.
Wow. Insanely close game. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that final special played by RandomPerson was a perfect special, where it perfectly overlaps the opponent's territory. I could be wrong on that, but it looked like it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was Lakefront that they just went to. So, yeah. This map tends to favor defensive play. As if somebody's trying to attack you from one side, you can just run circles around them and go the other way and take your own territory.
Yeah, in all honesty, I was kind of just thinking that if they're just they just want to run at you, and you just turn around.
Yeah.
Right now, I think what do you call it? Zyliqx has got some pretty good. It's got a pretty good starting hand because a lot of their big cards are up at first.
Yeah, that does appear to be a very good starting hand. The only problem is, usually you want to save your 3/12s for the end of the game, and both of them appeared very early, which is a little bit of a shame, but it's workable.
Yep. I usually actually have like 3 3/12s in my deck because I run Storm, Killrow 5.1, and Inkjet.
Well, Killer Whale and Inkjet and Inkstorm. Yeah, Inkjet and Inkstorm are both considered to be pretty good specials. Although there is a debate on how many specials is best to use in a deck. Most people generally agree, usually just 1 special, but very few use 2, and even fewer actually use 3 specials. So I'll have to see if 3 specials does catch on at some point, but most likely.
I play a theme deck, so I think it is very unfortunate when you get those 3 specials because you can't build off any special points.
Yeah. Ooh, I think Rapid is best. Ooh, I think the best spot to play Rapid would have been to fill in that gap at the bottom, which unfortunately is now it has now been pierced. And although Zyliqx is up 20-something points,
It's not quite up 20. They're not quite up 20 points yet, but I do see that they're able to block off that a small gap right where that reflux was played earlier.
Yeah, although that point lead's getting bigger. On turn 3, this is going to be very hard to come back from, especially after this Octostamp builds up more special. This game is looking pretty solidly in Zyliqx's favor so far.
However, there's still 3 turns. This is the 3 turns left, so you never know if a special could easily just take apart this match.
Yeah, we'll need to see if something's able to fit, and give RandomPerson just the bunch of special they need. Unfortunately, they don't find anything for turn 3. We'll have to see if their turn 2 draw gives them anything better to work with.
I feel like this is quite the peculiar spot, because even I'm not sure what should be done at this given time.
Yeah, it appears that Zyliqx just wanted to set up the special point, to set up a placement for triple ink strike. Although we'll have to see exactly what placement they found. What they'd like to go for. I'm curious. Oh! They may be taking a look at Splat Roller to see if they can find anything better, but they did have a very good spot with Ink Strike. Or at least the best spot. And given the point difference at this point, it shouldn't make too much of a difference. As long as it play any special functionally. That should be a one for Zyliqx. They do opt for Splat Roller.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that Random Human wasn't able to figure out a move quite yet.
Unfortunately,
but yeah, that's Zyliqx's matches. I was thinking about it, isn't like Marigold a 5-drop? Maybe they could have figured a place to wedge that. It may have not won the game, but maybe it could have.
They had 3 special in the final turn. They just gained, on that last part, they gained 1 special from passing and 1 special from the Splat Roller. Either way, round 2, RandomPerson versus Zyliqx goes to Zyliqx. Congratulations. And I think we are going to have to leave until the next match. Oh, however soon that may be. So, we'll be right back. All right.
Splatoon strong.
And we're back already. About to spectate Hallow versus GrubDarling. Both very good players with fairly notable past results. Will be a very interesting match.
Yep, and I remember, kind of as we're a little bit on break, you mentioned that Grub actually runs a large deck, which is pretty uncommon for...
Grub runs a very large deck. Standard deck size is about 130 to 150, with 150 already being considered big, and Grub runs 162.
Ooh.
And so we're seeing, if I remember with conversations from them, they run it to make sure that they don't have any bad draws. So as per usual, gets a consistently big opening. And is going to be able to take large chunks of this map.
Yeah, securing space early on definitely makes a lot of sense. Because you want to make sure that you're able to secure space and make it really awkward for the opposing player.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I'm not entirely sure Grub's done that with in between the legs of Harmony. There's that one yellow block that very easily could poke into the secured area so far. But Grub's goal is to just take as much space as possible quickly. And we'll have to see how well they can accomplish that. And so... Wow, and we have not seen a card from Grub smaller than 11 so far. Just to put more emphasis on how massive this deck is. And they're still able to build special fairly easily. It looks like Hallow is consistently just poking through Grub's defenses, and Hallow's actually keeping up with the point lead. Point where after that, there's only a 2-point difference, and Hallow has 3 more special.
Yeah, the fact that Grub doesn't really have a lot of special, they think could be really not good for their situation, but eventually they're going to be able to build special points just by simply passing turns.
Yeah, they'll be.
But it looks like they're now going to get on the special board with this Splat Bomb, getting 2 points.
2 points at once, and then later in the game, as you can see in the bottom left corner, they have 2 special blocks already on 1 point, so they'll be able to special some bigger card, take a bunch of area, cover that up, and then be able to gain 2 or 3 special points after using a special. And so we'll have to see if Grub will be able to successfully do that.
What? I see it. It's on the bottom left, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm catching on to this. You know, I'm getting better at learning this game.
Yeah, and as usual, Grub's having the pass early on.
Whoa.
Yeah, Hall did a very similar thing where they specialed the Ink Mine. It cost them 2 special, but then they filled in their own square, and so which gave them 3. So they effectively specialed and gained 1 from it. And so Grub is going to have just 2 turns to get their specials off. But fortunately, I do think I see what Grub's plan is going to be. Unless I'm mistaken, I think Grub's about to special his Super Chump to claim those 2 special blocks down at the bottom. And then potentially go Crab, play Crab in that big mass. Or do that in the reverse order. That works too.
Yeah, so many special points are just being placed right now.
Yeah, and Hallow does have the point lead going into the final turn, but we'll have to see how good of a spot for 10 missiles can be found. This will be a very close match. And
just by 3, Hallow wins.
Very close. You can see how many special points generated. Hallow had 11 points generated, and Grub had 6, was that? No, 4, sorry. Yeah. And this is and yet it was still such a close game just due to the massive size of Grub's deck. So, next match will be played in Thunder Point, which is semi-unanimous. It's basically unanimously considered the best map, or the most neutral map in the game. And so,
yeah, I can see it because it's quite literally Mahi Mahi Resort. Come on, you know it's true.
It's a little bigger than Mahi, but I see it. The shape is Mahi. Although I do think Mahi is something more akin to box seats. But I would very much expect both players to go start trying to pierce the other's base, but we'll have to see what they each do.
Ooh.
Trying to position the Inkbrush to play offense and defense at the same time. Unfortunately, does not completely block the offense, but Grub will still be able to fit the on parry in. And it looks like at this point, both of them are committing to playing offensively, just taking as much space as possible.
Yep, I think that that got a little bit played right there because I think that splat roller was played well to block off a little bit, but maybe not.
It blocked.
Thinking about it, that splat roller gave a special point and didn't block out Grub entirely.
It did give a special point, but it didn't entirely block out. But I do think it was still pretty worth it, just due to taking out most of the points. It's still a fairly neutral move. It just means that there's less area for both of them to play in that base.
Mm-hmm.
So Grub's now going on to their smaller cards, finding a great spot to play Ballpoint Splatling.
It looks like they're going to build up another special point with this next card.
Which is Autobomb, I think.
Yeah, Autobomb. Our favorite little funky man that follows people.
Ooh, that I always find a way to die to.
Yeah, why do you always die to Autobombs?
I just don't see him. So I'm not very good at the normal modes in this game. This is looking very even going into the final few turns. Wants to play Small Fry in a spot to give... That's a very good place to play a special off of, while also achieving a special at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Hallow finds a spot to gain 4 special, spends multiple special to gain 4 special at once. This is a very good play. Now,
And I'm not really quite seeing what...
So, the purpose of Crab Tank in Grub's deck, we've had conversations. Grub believes it's a good card. I say otherwise. The purpose of it is it's a 3/12 that can also poke around corners and gain special at the same time. So you could maybe play it to activate a special, so part of it activates a special, and the rest of it reaches into enemy territory. But it's... opinions on it are mixed. I'm a strong believer that it's a bad card, but other people say otherwise.
I'm not quite sure what to really think about Crab Tank, because I find it to be, well, I already can give you my competitive opinion about it, or please spare me. You're oppressive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, for this game, I understand what you mean. What he's saying is that it can definitely... I'm definitely noticing that it can hook around some areas. But it looks like Hallow's going to take this one.
Yeah,
take this match.
Game 2, and leading to a very quick 2-0. Hallow moves on to the next round, sending GrubDarling to loser's bracket. That was kind of an upset. Hallow is not a bad player by any means. What do you think? Grub was probably more like was expected to win that. Yeah, congratulations to both of them, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And we're back. This next game is going to be DblCookies versus Pika Pika, which these are two of the strongest players. Pika Pika came second in the Duel On 1, and DblCookies is the winner of Duel On 2.
So it's going to be a rematch of the century. I see how it is.
I'm not actually sure if these two have played in bracket before. Showers was the one who went on to win Duel On 1. But either way, they're both amazing players. And Game 1 will be played on Gemini. So, this match will be a best of 5. And as opposed to having the maps predetermined, the loser of each match is actually going to be able to counterpick to their favorite maps for this round of the tournament. And so, at least last time that I saw Pika, they play a very offensive deck. But it looks like they did not get a good starting hand to accommodate that playstyle.
I think you're given a redraw at the start of every turn, so they could have opted to play one.
Yeah, I think they opted to redraw because their initial hand wasn't super good either. But their draws are not looking super good. These starting draws did not look very good. Thankfully, they will get their first big card on turn. This is the third turn of the game. It appears Cookies is actually having the same issue of getting their small cards as Pika. Both having to play very it's just stuck playing very small cards. Finally getting Power Climb to block off Pika, but we'll have to see if that's going to be enough. This Splat Charger looks like it's going to be looks like it's got a very good chance of piercing.
I think it could if it's played right. Oh, well, I was expecting a defensive card to lock that out, but apparently not. So I guess this might give. There might be a small chance that can have a Pika break in.
It looks like Pika will be able to break in. The only problem, Cookies last turn played a card, and Cookies is going to be able to break into Pika's spawn too. The Chum overrides the special block on Splat Force and activates it for Chum. This is looking very good in Pika's favor right now.
So I'm seeing a new 312 that is being introduced, at least for me, and it's the Ink Vacuum. So can you tell me a bit about like the Ink Vacuum's viability?
It's a very it fulfills its role in a very interesting way. Most 312s want some kind of disjoint and then some kind of like clump together for their squares. Like Ultra Stamp is a very good one where it has the handle, which lets it reach around parts, and then it's got the hammer itself, which lets it take over a big clump of squares all at once. And so Ink Vac, rather than being like a straight line and then a clump, it's actually curved around, which lets it be, which makes it very versatile for getting around special points. It hasn't seen quite as much success as you might expect, just because of its weird shaping. It can be a little harder to play sometimes, but it's definitely a very good special, not to be underestimated.
Whoa, that's 3 special points right there for Cookies.
So they are tied in special points, but Pika actually has a very sizable point lead. Unfortunately, not many good no big cards that they can play in their small pocket of room that they have left.
Yeah, so you're not seeing any good places to place one of their cycle cards.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm gonna probably call the small cards, cycle cards, because that's what I'm used to calling most small cards that kind of don't mean a lot in games.
Oh, Pika is going to opt not to try to find a play. Pika is going to opt to go for playing the captain on the final turn. Which, unless Cookies find some obscure combo, looks like that may be a game one for Pika. Well, I'll just have to see what Cookies does.
Alright, the special that my team likes to call our friends has been launched.
Yeah,
It looks like
yeah, it looks like Cookies is down on points and special, and I think that's going to be game 1 going to Pika.
yeah, I think Pika's got this got this match in the bag because this yeah, DJ Octavio basically just won that match.
Yeah, it's a very big card. 17 sizes are the largest in the game. So, wow. Game 1 going to Pika, and that does mean that Cookies will be able to choose where they go for game 2.
Yep, it'd be funny to see. Oh, looks like they're gonna go into River Drift.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna see that small map that you were talking about.
So Box Seats, the only problem with it is it's so small that it's played very differently from from every other map, and because of that, it's usually just banned from most it's usually banned from most tournaments, I think, including this one.
Oh wow, looks like it's a mirror matchup.
Yeah, Captain's a very good opener on this map. Looks like Pika's looking to try to continue to play aggressively with Shiver. Does not appear that they're finding a good spot.
No, doesn't seem like they did.
Power Clam is blocking that off, but I think they might be able to fit Hype Man. They can't fit Hype Man to Big Man in there, which is very unfortunate. I don't think they'll be able to continue that push, sadly.
They might just have to create a small wedge. Ooh, stealing all, like... Basically, they basically made that Splat Charger just a wedge in, but it looks like they're going to be able to fit that in just because of that alone.
Yeah, granted, they did have to sacrifice their base for that push, but still looking very good. And Splatterscope is going to be able to, funnily enough, block off most of Cookies' spawn from Cookies. So...
Yeah, it looks like that Tri-Stringer got a little bit boxed in. I actually, on my deck, I actually play Tri-Stringer. But that's also because I actually main Tri-Stringer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Tri-Stringer is a very good card in this game. Just its ability to activate special, just diagonal special, is very powerful, at least in my opinion. And it just fits around gaps very well. And so they do play Mudmouth, which is only slightly overridden. But it does successfully block off Cookie's attack, and Pika is doing very well this game. Pika is very dominant in this game.
Yeah, Pika just has a lot of good control in the areas that they need to have control in. It's like... I knew that you said that Pika was one of the best players to play, and they really are, from what I've seen.
Yeah, they, we hadn't heard of them, until Duel On, won, but, then they almost won. Showers, was the only person that was able to beat them. So, yeah, and so Pika is just focuses on hard aggression and just not giving their opponent breathing room, which we saw by them infiltrating the opponent's base.
Yeah, that infiltration is definitely enough, because right now is the way you get around that is, I'd say, is with some cycle cards.
Yeah,
normally I get around things. Normally, what I do is I get around things with cycle cards, but cycle cards might not be the answer. This ain't Clash Royale, where cycle cards actually are a good answer.
Yeah, although, Pika is down on special right now. I think the 20-ish point, lead should make up for that, and, with that Splat Bomb, that's gonna get them 2 more special. In addition, if they're running Suction Bomb, they can play it in the Mudmouth that was played at the bottom, to perfectly give them another 2 special. So that requires them to draw it before the final turn. Oh.
I'm kind of just wondering how this Z/F charger is going to be played.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to try to play it. They're trying to find a way to play it that gains them multiple special. I do believe that spot right there is their best bet. That will gain them 2 special back. And then either they can play a combo card, they can play a card to get a special on the last turn, or if they don't get the card they need, they can just pass. They do get the card they need. They can play Suction Bomb either somewhere else. They can play inside that Mudmouth, which will gain them another 2 special.
That might be where they're opting to play it next.
Just before they select it, they're just scanning over the field to see any better place. Taking their time, because you really don't want to hit just select your move and then realize a couple seconds later, oh, I should have played it there. Should I do opt to play it elsewhere? Not entirely sure of the reasoning why, but it doesn't matter too much. The 19-point lead combined with the Ultra Stamp is going to be enough to win Pika Game 2. Wow.
Yep, this ain't looking good for DblCookies. Pika's aggressive strategy really worked out well. And I gotta commend like that early Stamper, the Wiper into Charger play, because that just gave access to Big Man plenty of access to take so much space.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I do not think Cookies anticipated that. What are they? Confused on what they're doing. Looks like they're about to go play game 3. And well, keep in mind that River Drift was DBL's choice, Cookie's choice to go there. So we're gonna have to see if Pika can win on DBL's other counter pick, which will be Square Squared, which is an interesting choice given this map tends to favor very aggressive plays.
Is this the standard map or that very small map?
The standard map actually hasn't been played yet. Called Main Street, where it's just a long vertical rectangle, which is it's just there's no special obstacles or turns, and it does. Most people agree that it is a very well balanced map. It's unanimously the second most balanced stage, right behind Thunder Point.
Ooh, right there, I guess those plays just evened out the playing field, but I'm already seeing some combo with that Sploosh-O-Matic.
Oh, that will grant 2 special to Pika. That is very nice.
Yep, an early special lead is pretty good right now, and I'm also going to see that they're going to get 1 more. I thought they were going to get 2 more, but unfortunately that Splat Charger is not going to do it quite yet.
They're going for 1 more, but that other special block is also in a prime position because if Pika wants, later in the game they can play that Curling Bomb to activate it, which fits in perfectly to gain 2 more special. But Cookies has been taking this opportunity to go and grab as much area as it can. But sadly, they don't have all that much of a point lead, especially considering the fact that they're down 3 special.
Yeah, being down special points doesn't really equate to anything good in my opinion. But then again, that's kind of what could be said for all games. You want to have a lead in some form against your opponent, so you pressure them.
It looks like.
Actually, I think that was a bit prematurely played, because I think they could have played the... I can't see what the card is. The Tri-Saucer Nouveau.
Yeah.
Right where they wanted it, and they could have gotten like 3 special points off it.
They could have, although I think the reason they opted to not yet is because that might show their hand a little much. And then that might telegraph that, hey, I'm about to play a card in here. Feel free to whatever, play wherever else you want. And they do clash the Chargers. Which unfortunately does give 2 special points to Cookies. Who's now starting to catch up.
Yeah, but now I think we're gonna see that card, the Tri-Saucer Nouveau, played right there.
We'll have to see.
Maybe. I'm a little unsure, but this will put Pika at 6 special points, which will allow them to play quite a bit of cards.
So many cards. Although Pika doesn't have a very good card setup, card played. They don't have a very good special point to play off of yet. That might be something to consider when they place the Slam and Lid.
I think they're gonna opt to try and see if they can wedge that to put them in an awkward position.
Yeah, because at this point, just stopping Cookies from getting more points is probably a good idea. And they do successfully block out a good chunk of the E-Leader, while also getting a well-positioned special point, while also preventing them from getting the special from that E-Leader, which is very well played. And they are opting for Mr. Coco on turn 3, which is a very big card. Although Cookies has caught up on special quite a bit. And I think even after that move, Pika's only in the lead by like 12 something points. Well,
yeah, it's 12.
Well, Cookies
Cookies forced to cycle a card right now.
No, Cookies is just gonna special. Take tons of territory.
Oh, I mean, Pika's forced to cycle.
Very much on the back foot right now. And even that Ultra Stamp, I don't think will be enough to save Pika. But we'll have to see where Cookies plays.
I think it could very much save them, but at the same time, I do agree. Oh.
That's the reason it might not save them, because going to the end game, if they both have 3 special, usually whoever has the highest point, whoever's in the lead on points is going to win. So, game 3 goes to Cookies. Unfortunately for Cookies, it's Pika's counter pick. We'll have to see where they end up going. They go to Thunder Point, which is a very interesting map. Pika looks to get a very good starting hand, very big cards early on. Very unlike that.
And the captain's. You said that the captain's like one of the best leads. It looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have said that was like a near matchup, but looks like Pika's going to go for like either an offense. Try to wedge this Z/F somewhere or block them out. I don't think the Kraken Royale is going to be able to be placed where they would like it to be placed. But what do you think about Kraken Royale as a card?
It's an interesting card. It's very different from all the other specials, where most other specials tend to be played like more circularly or in straight lines, whereas Kraken's very diagonal card. which actually gives it a very good niche compared to most other cards. Both of them get a base breach just in a very unconventional fashion for this map. And both are looking to just continue their breach.
I think we're going to see a Pika play a defensive card for the first time. Or maybe not. That's what they're trying to do with this thing. Ooh, Splatoon Wiper. Oh, but that give a free point to Cookies.
Yeah, that's the only problem with playing it right there. They do opt to play there. And Cookies just also continues the offense.
Well, I hope that one special point doesn't determine who wins or loses this match. Because if it did, then that'd be quite unfortunate.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate. Ooh, that partially blocks it off. Cookies, the score is remaining pretty even, but Cookies is gaining up a very big special lead. Ooh, fortunately, amazing spot to play Tri-Stringer. Tri-Stringer and Reflux is a very well-known combo, but I don't actually see it very much anymore. So.
I've actually thought about running those two things together, but then I realized I hate Reflux. True statement. I really cannot stand Reflux.
Surprisingly, in Tableturf where they don't have missiles, it's surprisingly not that annoying of a card.
Yeah, it does. At least it's not that oppressive in Tableturf. I was never really a big fan of Reflux as anything.
Yeah.
No form of no. I literally am the biggest Reflux hater in the entire community. Which shouldn't be a thing to be proud of, but I am willing to express my very large dislike towards it.
Yeah, it
Ooh, that's
can be
interesting. That's a good wedge right there.
That is, it does give a special point to Cookies, but
I think that too, actually. Seems like they were going for that anyways.
Yeah. It looks like Cookies or Pika is going to be forced to pass something. Whereas I would assume Cookies is about to play two specials in rapid succession. But we'll have to see.
That's a big one. That at least retains some special points. So they can have enough points to go for another special if they so desire. I am a little interested to see how this Shiver card's going to be played. It might not change the trajectory of the match much, but who knows what it can do.
No, it looks like that Shiver could be played. This was going to be a very close match. I'm trying to do the math in my head, but I think Cookies should win this if they have a 3-12 in their hand. Like Super Chump or something. But we'll have to see. They do have Ultra Stamp. They don't overlap each other. We'll have to see. Who won this game?
I think it's Cookies.
Cookies takes game 4. This is going to a game 5 scenario after Pika won the first 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
So
it's good to see like some pretty intense turf war, table turf. I'm a little. I have to anticipate what's going to happen next. Yet any sort of anticipation might not be the most ideal thing in this situation. You have to consider what your opponent is playing. Or just things that I do. This might not work. And hey, it's the starter map.
Yeah, this is Main Street. The thing is, Pika considers this to be their best map. At least last time I saw them play, they did. And
we lead.
Yeah, Captain leads. Ooh, Pika playing the defensive Shiver is not what I would expect from Pika. But
I think playing a card defensively is pretty justifiable in this situation. That way you can lock out your opponent from going any farther.
It is. Yeah, that. In that scenario, I do think that was a good play, but we'll have to see how this map, or how whatever this next card gets played, because with the room lost from getting pushed back from that Shiver. Actually, I just realized both cards played that last turn were alternate forms of Shiver, but Pika's gonna have to make up the lost room right here, which they will get stopped. And I don't think there's a good card that can fit through that gap that Pika has.
Yeah, the only card that can really fit in any through that small gap is the Suction Bomb, but then that just gives a special point.
We just see Reflux giving 3 special at once.
Oh boy, Reflux is actually helpful for something. I never thought I'd ever say that.
We will see an early special from Pika, trying to get trying to regain some territory.
I think offensive specials are actually pretty fun to run. Is that it lets you just run into your opponent's base or create a bridge that you might need in the future.
No, Pika doesn't see it. Pika can play Blaster in there. If they stick the diagonal through, there is a spot they can stick the diagonal through.
I see it. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. They're also free to play Mudmouth there if they wish, although it's not as good of a play. But Pika just doesn't see it. Oh. They will still partially get through at the very least. Although not being able to play Tri-String or Mudmouth. They can't play
They can't play Mudmouth, but it'll... I'm seeing a potential 4 drop special point if they have Splat Bomb.
And Steelio does partially cover and activate Steelio's special block. And DBL does run Splat Bomb and Small Fry, which are the 2 cards that can fit in that gap. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, if they are able to hard draw into that soon, that I think the game could very much be over just off that alone.
Yeah, although
so that's just so much advantage just off a 3 drop.
Yeah, although something we aren't really taking a look at. Pika has a lot of room in that has the point lead, and they still have a lot of room untouched so far.
Oh, they got it.
That's 5 special. But we're gonna have to see how Cookies is gonna manage that special over the last 4 turns. Make that 7 special.
Yeah, this is gonna be really close because this special lead that DblCookies has could very much just instantly decide the game. With any sort of well-placed larger card and a special, I think that could very much swing the tide in their favor, despite their lack of control of the game right now.
So we do see on turn 3 a Power Clam special, which is getting the score pretty close to even. If Cookies has some Cookies could potentially have some kind of combo that they can pull off.
Chance, I think they could.
Volume combo I see it would be possible if they find a way to special a 2 cost. Activate that special block and then perfectly play a 312. That could potentially. No, we're seeing a 312 8 now. Does not activate any special blocks. That's only a 5-point lead, and they do not have the room to play any more special.
I think Pika Pika is going to take this because this Kraken Royale is going to take up so much space.
Yeah, that's almost a perfect special. And wow. And Pika Pika takes game 5. Going on to winners finals. Which I do think is what will be cast next. It's a very intense game.
That was
that.
Yeah, that was very, very tense playing because, oh boy, it would have been nice to see the reverse sweep from DblCookies, but unfortunately they weren't able to get it.
Yeah, looks like I do think we will see a pretty good losers run from Cookies. But that'll be a little later.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to be taking our short break, but we'll probably see you with the... Wait a sec. Wait, double check.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break.
And we're back for winners finals. Duel on number 4. So for the match, we're gonna see Pinon versus Pika Pika. So Pinon's the winner of Duel on 3.
Ooh. So I see quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah. We are seeing a checkerboard deck on Lakefront, which is very uncommon.
Can you explain to me the archetype of checkerboards? I mean,
Yeah.
evidently I can understand that it's probably filled with checkerboard like cards like merch, but can you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, so how checkerboards work is checkerboards are released because like merch is only a 13 or 12, but this, unless your opponent's also running a checkerboard deck, the squares inside of it are really kind of locked off to your opponent. So functionally, as long as you can play another, as long as you have a deck built around the checkerboards, you can play a card inside it. You can play cards inside of that, and functionally, it controls just as much as. And that Takroka almost perfectly overrides the captain, which is very nuts. Those look like
Something like that is definitely going to halt the gameplay for a little bit. I am seeing a little bit of a place where that slam and lead could be played. But
Yeah.
maybe not the best.
They may just be waiting to play it for a little later. It's a pretty good assumption that Pinon isn't going to try to play something in there. And it looks like we're going to see playing an early Ultra Stamp. But after that Takroak and Cuttlefish clash, Pika has a very sizable points lead, and a special lead from the splooshed Neo earlier.
Mm-hmm. What's this sploosh-matic going to be doing? That's just gonna... Yeah, I think that could be played somewhere to nicely make it inconvenient for that. Yeah, you kind of figured.
Yeah, that was a pretty good spot for it. We're gonna have to see if Pinon's gonna Pika's just gonna keep waiting to play this slam and lid there, or if they're just gonna do it now, or they very well might play it elsewhere. Although not really sure that's a good idea, but I think they're just kind of looking to keep their point lead early, and hopefully hold it all the way to the end game.
Oh.
We do see a clash. They both played 312s down there. Nobody's going to be able to get in there for a while. For the rest of the game, but... And yeah, that's Spike. So...
yeah, that just dominated quite a lot of control right there. Merchant Spike, I haven't checked out some of the new cards quite yet, but seeing that's a really good lock, because that's just a fat chunk of area that's been locked out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Annie also combos with them too. And then there's a couple other checkerboard cards, like Wave Breaker fits in there perfectly too. It looks like we are gonna see, after Pika thinks it over, we are gonna see the slam lid there, filling 2 special. That's a 15-point lead and tied special on turn 2. This is very much in Pika's favor, but we'll have to see how this goes. It looked to me like playing a Scallop there was the best play. But Shiver is, I'd say, not quite as good, but it's functional. And we do see the point difference staying about even going into the final round, and with them both being able to play their 312s. Oh, sorry, Pika doesn't have a 312 anymore, but neither does Pinon. They both used theirs earlier in the game. And I think that's going to be game 1 going.
Oh, Pika took that one. I can't math.
Yeah, having used that splat bomb at very end of the game, didn't not work out.
A little unfortunate, but there wasn't. They may have not had quite a lot of things to play.
Yeah, that is the flaw around checkerboard decks, where if you don't get them off early game or they get it blocked off, playing them later gets really hard once everything's all blocked off. For game 2, Pinon is going to counterpick Pika to square squared. It's very interesting.
I'm already seeing a pretty decent lead with the good old hype man. Big man.
Big man's an amazing character.
I think my least favorite aspect of him is probably just the fact that he says "I" all the time. Like I
think it's cool. That's just me, though.
I feel like it would make sense because he's a manta, so he might not speak quite necessarily the same language as the Octolings and Inklings, but then you have characters like Mr. Coco and Harmony who do.
Yeah, Harmony's also a cool character. So we are gonna see Marie lead from Pinon. And oh, that's a very early Ultra Stamp. Both players are just gonna it looks like they're just gonna keep up their standard, very aggressive playstyles.
Yep, I'm gonna see who can breach into the others first, and it looks like a defensive Squid Force is gonna make it pretty difficult for Pika to get any farther, but I think the defensive Tri-Stringer might.
Yeah, I don't think Pinon's gonna be able to breach through this. If the Tri-Stringer's played right there, there's a good chance that gets breached.
Yeah, I figured. There's a corner breach.
Unfortunately, activating the Tri-Stringer special, but yeah, Pinon's gonna be able to get through and eat up most of that Ultra Stamp with a Splat Charger. This game is looking very good for Pinon right now.
Yeah, I think that breach was a little bit unfortunate. I was definitely not expecting a Splat Charger, but you know what? I should start expecting that. Is the Splat Charger like one of the meta cards in Tableturf?
It is a very good card. Like, people consider it to be a very good card, and I still think that people are underestimating it. Whenever it's the opponent's turn, if I expect them to attack me, I'm just always expecting a Splat Charger. And I always prepare for worst case scenario. They play Splat Charger. How do I beat it? And so we will see Pika transitioning to building special. Unfortunately, not having much space to play their big cards anymore. It's kind of all been taken by Pika. And they are going to have to use an early 312 again. This worked out well for them in game 1, but we'll have to see if it fares the same here. Those are interesting. I do think that right there is the best placement for it.
Yeah, it possibly is. Covers so much of the enemy turf anyways.
It does get Pika a special back. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get any new territory back, but it does gain a special. And Pika no longer has a 312 left to play. That will make the end games quite a bit harder. I'm also struggling to find a spot to play this Fizzy Bomb. That is not a good spot that will get it a special. Oh, right there. Did
Ooh.
not.
I didn't see that either, too, dude. That's already +1 special point to for both players, so...
Yeah, both opting to play their small cards. Pika is thankfully going to have enough space to keep playing their decent-sized cards up till the end. We'll have to see which place where they opt to play Splat Charger. I do think playing it at the bottom is better, just because that's less. It's away from the bulk of Pika's territory, but we'll have to see where Pika decides is best.
Yep, and time's clicking. So we're gonna be seeing a pass from Phenon. And the Splat Charger has been placed down, but I think we're gonna be seeing another pass, except it's gonna be from Pika Pika. So maybe Phenon's gonna pop a specialist. Yep. Nope, pass.
Or they're gonna be forced to pass in turn 2, and final turn. I think that's. I can't do math in my head. 7-point lead for 7-point lead for Pika, but Pika
yes,
does.
It is a 7-point lead for Pika.
And if I remember correctly, we seen a ballpoint come out. I don't think that's going to be enough to swing the score back.
Well, let's just give it a shot, see what happens. And it is unfortunately not enough.
That is game 2 going to Pika Pika. So Pika gets yet another shot to counterpick. This is the second time we've seen this happen to Pika. But we'll see if Phenon will be able to successfully reverse the 3-0. Oh, Phenon.
We're going into Gemini.
Yeah. Very interesting counterpick. Oh, that is a very good starting hand from Pika. The only downside is that Fizzy Bomb, but all three of those are the three biggest cards in Pika's deck right at the beginning. I don't think they're going to be easily stopped. And they will most likely grant a very large special advantage, very large point advantage to Pika very early on.
I agree, because those big cards you're allowed to set up so much faster.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's an interesting kind of wedge from that Octocopter.
And we're gonna
Octobomber?
See. Is there a spot that there isn't a spot that Fry can fit up there. Thankfully Fry will be able to fit in the base with the point of it upwards. Does Pika Pika see where it fits? Oh, they've gone so close. Do you see where it fits? With the point of it.
Yeah, doesn't it fit at like the bottom center?
Yep, bottom. Shh.
I think they found it.
No, they did not find it.
No, they did not.
Rather opting for the heavy splatling, which is not a bad play. Gets them a little poke in, and now another 40 seconds to go look for it. So close. Just rotate it. The only spot it can fit is the middle.
Come on, you can do it.
No! Flip it twice. Come on. No! So close.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play something right really quickly.
Okay. Fry is still a legal move. Pika's got to be so confused. You just gotta flip it twice. Looking at the opponent's place. No, there's no room up there either. He finds it!
He did it!
Woo! And then it gets mostly covered.
At least a special point was gained from it. That's just about the best positive I can say at this current time.
Yeah, at the very least, that on paper looks like a very good spot for crack on. The only problem is that will be very easy for Peanon to just completely cover up. But we'll have to see. Peanon very well could be searching for their own very big card that they can't find a placement to. Oh! Peanon opts to go fill in the rest of their base. Unfortunately, not blocking the crack on in the slightest. Pika can play Neo Splash right there.
It's gonna be 2 points of special too.
Yeah, this game's looking very good for Pika. Although 5 turns left, Peanon is not out yet.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what kind of moves can be done with this Fizzy Bomb, but I'm not seeing any good opportunity for Fizzy Bomb, unfortunately. So I think
not seeing much either.
Yeah. For a card like that, if I need to cycle cards, sometimes what I like to do is I just like to wedge those cards in places where I want to special.
Yeah, thankfully, finds a place. He could see a way that it could combo with Chum whenever that is drawn. And they did get Chum next turn. That was a very.
It's got to be the hardest draw I think I've ever seen in Tableturf history.
There have been some pretty lucky ones. But yeah, wow. So Pika's just gonna be able to coast on the small opts to special the small card. Hoping to gain one special back from it.
To be honest, I'm not I see the best situation for that Splat Bomb is to just set your special point for where you want it to go.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that specialing it was the best choice there, but we'll have to see. Going into turn 2, that is a very large special lead. And Pika does have their special this time around.
I think that this Splat Charger might be decent because it's going to set up for this Ink Vacuum on this last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
think that is a good, decent setup. That's the most ideal play that I think would change the trajectory of this current game.
Yeah.
Triple Ink Strike is being popped as well.
And we'll have to see the final results. This could be game 3 going to Pika. And it is. Pika takes a set 3-0. Winners final.
Dang. What a good sweep.
Yeah. Wow. So that means we're gonna go over to losers bracket for and see who's gonna climb back up the ladder to challenge Pika. But I do think this is gonna be our last set that we're casting. So do you have anything that you want to plug?
All right, so I'm just gonna do our usual kind of like sort of mid wrap up, but well, I'm gonna start things off with a question. So where could we find you anywhere else around the community, such as your socials, etc.?
I'm not active on Twitter. I just hang out in the Tableturf main Tableturf Discord, which everybody should go join. I don't really have a link to it, but just Google it, or you could probably find it in the Duel On Discord. Great community. And
all right.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, this is gonna be a bit of this is kind of a unique situation because I think you're the first player or co-commentator that I've met who isn't really active on socials, which I understand. Sometimes socials can be a little overwhelming, But I can be found on pretty much almost any social media at DblCookies. You can find me on Twitter or on Instagram there. And I do believe we're going to be moving on to the losers bracket, except we're going to be seeing two new commentators, Meow and Pat J.
Yep. So, good luck to all the future commentators, and have fun watching the rest of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. And good luck to the rest of the tournament participants.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back. We are now deep down in losers bracket and we have a great game for you. This is losers semis, Hallow versus DblCookies. DblCookies has been shut down by Pika Pika in a close one and they want revenge, but first they have to go through Hallow. Both players are selecting the deck. I am Pat, here with Meow. How are you?
My name's actually Meow. My name's Matt. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this stream. Shut up. Shut up, Majora. We are looking at losers semifinals of DblCookies vs Hallow. So we're starting off on Main Street. It's gonna be a best of 3 set, and we are gonna be starting right away. And honestly, this is the first time I'm commenting Tableturf, and I'm pretty excited. So let's right into this.
Well, the captain opening is the classic of all classic, and meanwhile Hallow with a charger to go as far as they can into enemy territory. You want to take that space, and right now DblCookie has the opportunity to reserve their side of the map for themselves while attacking or doing one more. Yes, it looks like Cookies is trying to get in, but the Dynamo is gonna stop it. And right, yep.
And right away, DblCookies is trying to get to the enemy base. Just how you doing Turf War? Try to turf us as much as what's currently happening in Splatfest. And honestly, if DblCookies is able to just get enough of Hallow's territory and just charge up specials, that's gonna be really good for him.
Yes, ooh, quite the read by Cookies. Completely overlapping, getting in. That's one special that's going to do so much for them, and right now they can push further, and the little Judd is going to get an extra special point and allow them to push. That's going to be blocked.
That's going to be huge. He just needs one more special, and he'll be able to use it. Just trying to get as much turf as possible. And there goes the Shelly Donnie card down. And with the Harmony card from Hallow, it's getting pretty close, 53 to 51. Just trying to get as much turf as possible. Again, Steel Eel trying to just find a spot to put it, but it looks like he can. And he's going to be putting down the Auto Bomb, waiting for Hallow's turn. It's going to be pretty interesting to see if they're able to block off Cookies in any way. And this Eel Splash, they are able to get a special shard off of it. And now it's just 59-58, just 1 point, and with 6 turns left, both players are really close to their special.
Yeah, and Cookies, if they can manage to do some good with that eel, if they can manage to slip a card, secure their side of the map, they could secure this victory. But right now Hallow building special, using that side of the map that they have really reserved for themselves really well. Like, both players are in such a good spot.
Steel Eel going down from Cookies. It looks like they're getting a very strong lead, and with just 4 turns left, Hallow has to think of something. And it's going to be a really close 78 to 71. It's going to be a really good lead, and if Cookies can just remain that and just get as much turf as possible, he's going to be looking into taking game 1 of semifinals. And honestly, it's going to be really close to see what happens. Just try to get as much special charge up as possible and release that special. And there goes the small fry, and it looks like that's going to be enough for their special, I believe.
Yeah, both players trying to build as much special as we are entering the 3 last turns where everything is decided. They are so close in points, but Hallow has one more special point, and that special point could decide everything. Cookies moving in with the Splatana, trying to build an extra special, 2 extra specials for the price of 2 specials, so that Splatana is free right now.
And there goes the special attack. And Hallow able to get a few extra points on Cookies. Now back to just a 3 lead, and with 2 turns left, here comes the special again from Cookies. And let's see, where are they going to be placing that to try to take back the territory they lost? But they're going right into Hallow's territory, actually. And it's just thinking, what are they going to do next? There comes the special, the ball coming in here. And it looks like it's going to be huge for Cookies. It was just one turn left. Cookies able to a very far lead. And another special coming in, taking as much territory as possible. And it looks like this is pretty much games for Cookie.
Yeah, if Hallow managed to make one extra special point, then maybe they could have put in a really big card, but right now it feels like such a lock-on for Cookie unless Hallow manages to get the play of the century.
And it all comes down. They have 5 seconds left to try to make this last move. Hallow needs to think of something. And there goes the special attack, the double special attack. And it just does not. I think it wasn't enough for Hallow. And it looks like Cookies going to be able to take game 1 of the set against Hallow, 95-76.
Yeah, game 1 goes for Cookies, and that really solid start that Cookie got, really placing the cards, getting the captain opening and really playing off of it, building as much paint as possible, and in the end getting the right amount of special points. That really sealed the deal for Cookies, but right now we are on counter pick and Hallow going with the long snake way of River Drift. And Cookie has to redraw and gets the Shellys to get in.
Very nice card to start off. They're establishing the lead for Cookies. And again, right now, these early turns, it's just a fight for mid. And another big card coming out from Cookies. But they're actually going to be switching to the Power Clam. And the Blaster coming out from Hallow. They're still able to keep the lead. Now that they're both in mid, it's just a fight to see who gets as much before the special pouring out for both of them.
And now the question is for Cookie to answer. How far can I put this charger and hope to get in? That could change a lot depending on what Hallow does and if Hallow tries to block it or tries to go on it. This could change a lot of the game, depending on what. Ooh, that's very bad for Hallow. Cookie's in.
Able to block off a huge chunk of Hallow's move there and going right in for another big heavy hitter card. Just getting as much as Hallow's turf as possible. Trying to block them off, that's a smart move. But still, Cookie's able to maintain that lead. Hallow just trying to block off Cookies, and it looks like now Cookies has decided it's time to paint their base. And the captain card coming in here, painting a huge spot of their base. And Cookies are able to get a pretty far lead on Hallow. It's going to be interesting to see how Hallow can potentially move back in here and just try to use their specials to their advantage. They do have one special charge up compared to Cookies, so potentially Hallow could get a special faster than them, and that might be what's gonna happen. But with Cookies getting another special charge, with 6 turns left, Cookies far lead on Hallow. It's up to who can get the most turf in these last turns.
Yeah, for sure. That's been great moves on the side of Cookies, and Hallow. Even if Hallow builds special, right now Cookie has so much yellow separating the rest. Hallow would need like the exact right special to get in, and Cookie's getting in and getting, well, a special point for each players on this one.
With less than 5 turns, it's just Hallow needs to get some type of big special to try to take as much as Cookie's land as possible, but Cookie's just so far into Hallow's base, it's really hard to come back from. I'm just trying to find a place to charge up special. It's exactly what Cookies needs, and Hallow really needs to think this through. What card can they use next turn over the game and could potentially bring are set a little bit further. The Octo Stamp and Splat Bomb come out, and again, Cookies taking that lead, and with just 3 turns left, they both have special charge up and a big card being placed right away from Cookies. That's gonna be huge. Now that Cookies' base is basically completely painted up, that's gonna be huge points, and Hallow needs to think of a special to try to take as much as Cookies' territory as possible.
Yeah, right now Cookie has the points, has the special, and has the opportunities. Hallow needs really something to crack that egg, otherwise this game is going to go to Cookies again. And that bow could do so much. And the fact that Cookies has managed to put special points so far up into Hallow's territory allows them to really do that, to really get the most of their special. Meanwhile, Hallow is so far away from where all the juicy points from Cookies are, and even a good special from Hallow would be so hard to place right now. And with this final turn, I think that will seal the deal and give the win to Cookies.
And the double special coming in Hollow's the last effort to try to paint up as much as possible. But with that, it looks like game 2 of our loser semi-final set is going to be going to Cookies, and Hallow is unfortunately going to get taken out, and Cookies will be moving on to losers finals.
Yes, great game by Cookies. Cookie will get to be in Pinon for... I don't think... No, they haven't met in this, but they are both looking for revenge against Pika Pika, but only one of these two can get it. We will be right back with that.
Welcome everybody back to Duel On number 4, and we are in our losers final set. We have DblCookies, who was just on stream, getting a very fast 2-0 win over Hallow, and now they're going to be facing off against Pinon, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Oh, yeah, probably. I don't know. Anyway, Python has been going the distance, falling only to Pika Pika, but so has DblCookies. So these two are now facing off, and such a great opening hand for Python, with Octavio allowing them to get really into the map, but a Coley on the side of DblCookies. Right now, both players have opportunity to really go far, make points, and take space for themselves.
And now both of them moving into mid for the first, I'd say 3 turns is where you really get into mid there, and very close to start off the game. And unable to just keep lead a little bit against DblCookies. But it just comes down to what they can do, what kind of little cards they can fit in the crevices to try to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, right now Python opting to not get the special points and instead putting the block as close as possible to DblCookies territory. And right now we see the problem that the Cookies has brought on is that, hey, I can get in right now if you don't defend. I can sneak past that diagonal block and you have to stop me.
It really just comes, can Python block them off, and they're going to be opting to just paint up their base a little bit. The Autobomb from DblCookies entering their base. And that's going to be huge. If DblCookies can really maintain that, that's going to be big. But Python quickly going to be putting down another big card. The Dynamo Roller coming in there, painting as much as possible. DblCookies trying to limit that. But with 7 turns, DblCookie needs to just think of something. Think of any kind of card to take lead. While Python up to paint their base and maintain their lead, which is going to be, I'd say, the smart play in this case.
Yeah, that push by Cookies is over, but Cookies has gotten points and special in the process, and right now Python looking for the string combo to get some special points of their own and get back in the game. At least they have the points for themselves, but Cookies putting the captain in, well, with such space that they have reserved on the top of the map. That's like that point lead that Python has right now is unlikely to last.
And it really just comes to see, will Cookies be able to charge their special up faster than Python? And they really got to think these moves through. And you know, they're really late in this tournament. Every move that you make, even though there's 11 turns in this game, every move you make is detrimental to what will happen and will change the course of the game. And they're often to try to charge up the specials, ballpoint spotting coming up from Cookies, slowly but surely catching up to Python's lead, trying to just get as much in their base and charge up the special is going to be huge. And Cookie knows exactly what card they're going to be placing down, and it's up to Python to decide, are they going to choose to defend and try to get as little in the base as possible, or are they going to be moving up trying to just take as much as their territory?
Python right now trying to sneaking in, getting the special blocks as close and as up as possible, but Python, you have left to really build special. You only have 2 special points, and we're already 3 turns away from the end, and Cookies is ahead in points and special.
And Cookie's able to just take the lead very close in the end of the match. The bomb coming out there, that's going to be huge. Cookies, they have all their special points charged up. And it's up to Python to decide what he's going to do to defend, because honestly, Cookies just might go right into the base and take as much territory as possible. And it's up to Python to just try to get as much of their base as possible. We got to think this move through. It looks like they're going to be trying to fit that Luna Blaster in there, but they really don't think this last move through.
They want to fit the Luna, but unfortunately it is 1 block away from building an extra special pack, and that's going to cost Python dearly. The only thing they can place is the Octopod, and that's That's quite a sad ending, and I think that's going to be the game for Cookies.
Able to throw in that last special to maintain that lead, and that is going to be a game. And it looks like Cookies, late game, able to take the lead against Pinon, and that's really going to decide what happens in the set, because whoever wins this is going into grand finals, and it's up to these last 2 games. Will Pinon be able to take the next 3 games, or will Cookies take the next 2 and move on to the grand finals?
Well, it is far from over. Pinon has shown in the past that they can do a lot, that they can go the distance, and right now they selected Double Gemini as a counter pick. That map is so different and can allow for such aggressivity, for such different moves really that you get from other maps. And oh, that's not probably the best redraw on the side of Pinon, but at least the Mudmouth will be able to push in. Meanwhile, captain for Cookies.
Cookies used Captain right away to establish that early lead, and Pinon, I can tell Pinon is just trying to get into their base and try to take as much as possible. And if Cookies tries to go in their base, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But no, they block them off! And that's going to be huge! And now Pinon's going to get into a spot there, but it looks like they're going to be able to just go right into Cookies' base, even though we blocked them off. The Squid Force is coming out from both of them. And still, Cookies able to maintain that just 2-point lead over Pinon. They're just trying to put as much in Cookies' base as possible. Will that Kelly card come in handy? And it looks like... will they put it in their base? No, they're actually opting to put it in their area. And the Splat Charge coming out from Cookies, trying to go right into their base. And that's going to be huge. Even though Pinon has lead, Cookies, they're in their base. So if Cookies plays this right, this is going to be huge for them.
Cookies right now can cook whatever they want on anywhere in the map, and Pinon trying to establish themselves on the top, but the Kohawk is going to get eaten a bit by that brush. That's a good move for Pinon, who's been like chipping away at several cards that were placed by Cookies. And right now, if Pinon can manage to place a few good cards, get some advantage and do some special, they could get back in this game. They are in this game, but they could take this game with a few good cards, I think, and that Octopus Lander definitely do a lot.
And now with this little time to throw in whatever they can. The Shelly and Donnie coming in there, and just a 1-point lead Pinon has. This is going to be difficult for Pinon to maintain it. And if Cookies can really push into their base, Cookies could potentially take the lead and get that 2-0 over Pinon and go into that game 3 strong. But Pinon does not want that to happen. Pinon wants to win this game and tie it up and potentially go on to win the next 2 games. And they really have to think, what are they going to place down? They have to think, what do you think your enemy's going to do? You gotta read their movements to see what they can do. And Pinon able to keep their lead, putting it more than 1 point ahead. Cookies opting to charge up their special though. So now that they're tied with specials, with 5 turns left, Cookies really needs to use their specials if they want to take some of Pinon's turf.
Yeah, Pinon in a great spot right now. And the card that they placed on the last turn really created a spot. You see these three empty spaces in the middle. If Pinon places a free card, a card that's like that, and they just get the Fizzy Bomb that's able to do that in their hand, they can make a lot of special real fast. And the T-Tech is going to make them 3 specials right away. So in this turn and the next, Pinon is going to make 6 special points. And then they will be ready to place a lot of special in the last 2 turns.
And with 3 turns left, due to a 1-point lead by Cookies, Pinon has what they need for their specials and try to take as much as Cookie's territory as possible. So Cookie really needs to strategically put down whatever cards they can. And the little Judd comes out, and that's gonna be huge there. The special charge up from both of these players are insane. And there goes the specials right away. Pinon opting to use the captain card that Cookies used at the beginning of the match. And it just comes down to if he's able to take as much as Cookie's territory as possible. And most likely Cookies will also use their special. So it's going to be interesting to see what is going to be placed down here.
Yeah, you want to take all your time to find the best possible spot for that captain. And place it so that maybe you can follow up with the Tri-Strike probably on the side of Pinon. Meanwhile, Cuttlefish is used by DblCookie, and both players have enough to place in a final special in that last turn. And if DblCookie places a good one, that should be the game for them. They have about 10 points lead right now.
It comes down to this last card. Pinon has this place. Will Cookies use both of them with the specials? But it looks like the Super Chump coming in here. And that's gonna be a pretty close game, but the game's gonna go to Cookies, winning 98-91 over Pinon. And now, Pinon now 0-2 down to Cookies. Pinon needs to win these next 3 matches if they want to go into Grand Finals.
Yeah, Cookies in such a good spot right now, especially since even if they lose the next one, they have 2 counter picks that they can try. And they know 2 maps where they can win, so this is Cookies' round to lose, but Pinon, we know that Pinon can do it. We know that Pinon has shown the resourcefulness, the power to really turn things around, and we will see what happens on this next one on Thunderpoint.
And Cookies able to just get that 2-0 lead over Pinon is going to be huge. And if Pinon plays their cards right, no pun intended, they'll be moving. Pinon has to do something to try to get as many possible, but they're placing big cards off to start off. Brian Captain, some of their biggest cards being used first turn. That's interesting.
Oh, that's what you want to do. You want to take as much space as you can, and these big cards, you can only place them at the really beginning of the game or at the end if you have like a lot of specials. So placing them right now, that's points. That's a lot for you, and that's so much. But that Collie is going to be cut off by the Slosher. It's still right now Pinon finally in a very good spot, having cut off DblCookies and being able to move inside.
Able to go right into their base. Pinon's still able to keep their lead. The Autobomb coming in here, blocking them off, trying to just get that lead as close as possible, and then charging up those specials. Pinon opting to go right into Cookie's base, but the Power Clam almost completely blocking them off. And with that, I believe 7-point lead that Pinon has, if Pinon charges their specials and plays it right, they could potentially win this game with the 7 turns they have left.
Pinon has the points, the special, and the position. This is so good for them. And as long as they're able to build and to paint their base before Cookies creates enough special to push in, they should be able to really take this game for themselves. But right now Cookies has 4 special built up, and Pinon knows, hey, I need to paint my base. I need to delay as much as I can any pushing by Cookies.
Now it all comes down to this. Cookies able to just keep their special up, getting another point against Pinon is going to be huge. And the little small fry getting placed down to try to special attack from Cookies coming in there, trying to go right into their base, charging it right up away. And now only a 1-point lead Pinon has. And they have to try to block off Cookies as much as possible, put as much territory. The hero shot coming in, the block coming in there. And now it is actually tied up, and with 3 turns left, this is going to be an incredibly close ending.
Yeah, with Cookie managing to get in, Pinon needs to defend, and both players need as much special as they can. But 3 turns left, and well, it looks like it's going to be just 1 or 2 big specials for the end. I mean, only 1 possibly, because I don't see really a lot of room for Pinon to build special now. Well, that should be a good room to build special if Pinon finds it, but Pinon doesn't have the turns left to build it, so this could be big for Cookies.
And now with just 2 turns, Cookies able to get a very nice lead over Pinon in these last turns. And Pinon has to just think, what can they do to take this lead? And there goes the Wiper, cleaning up their base a little bit with a Splat Bomb special coming in there. And the special points are still on for both. Pinon having 2 more, and they have to enable their special now. This is their last chance, and they're opting to try to go right into Cookie's base. But they just can't find where to place that card down. And this Marie card could be huge for Pinon to take lead in the last second. But Cookies, with their 3 special points, they might think of something too. So it all comes down with 15 seconds left. Pinon has to think, where can they put this card down? Cookies has his down, and there goes the place, and the double special attack for the ending. And that's going to be close. That's going to be a close game, but it looks like Pinon takes the win 86-84 over Cookies. And now Pinon has an extra chance.
Pinon finally puts some points on the board, and it's Cookie's turn to select a map for the next game. But what an ending, what a final Marie special, just 2 points away. You know that, like, if Pinon didn't fight such an incredibly good spot for Marie, it was over. And also, if Pinon didn't manage to really keep Cookies' special points at bay, so that Cookies couldn't really put a dent into Pinon's turf, that would have been Cookies' game. So many things went Pinon's way on this game, just to clutch it against that monster that is DblCookies.
And now that Pinon has that win over Cookies, Pinon knows Cookies is 100% beatable. They're both in losers. So if Pinon can win this game, Cookies is going to get put really on the edge here. And we could potentially see a Game 5 losers final set, because they really want that grand final spot against Pika Pika. So it all comes down to the last 2 games.
Last 2 games, and our players are still waiting, thinking about what the counter pick should be. I mean, if you're Cookies right now, you have lots of room, lots of places where you could choose what to do at.
Excuse me. And if Cookies has the momentum that they need to really win, so it all comes down is if they can take these last points on Pinon. And just choosing this map, Pinon has to be really careful. Choose, I believe it's counter picks.
Yes, Cookies is selecting a map right now.
Cookies has the counter pick in their favor. So if Cookies picks their best map and Pinon is not good on that map, the game could easily go to Cookies and send Cookies into grand finals. But Pinon is not going down without a fight, and we just saw how Pinon just barely able to hang on with that 2-point lead, and we know Pinon is determined to win against Cookies. And still Cookies is 2-1, so if Cookies wins this next match, it is over. So Pinon needs to win these next 2.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so we just received notice from the tournament organizers that Pinon has forfeited the game and DblCookies will be winning this round and going to grand finals right away. And we will see that very soon in grand finals after this short break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome everybody back to Duel On number 4. And with a win from DblCookies in the losers finals, they are going to be moving on to the grand finals against Pika Pika, who previously had a very close set with Cookies. And it could be another 3 here we're looking at, and right away both cards being placed down here. Pika establishing 18 over 11 over Cookies, and Cookies trying to move right into their base. It's going to be huge to see if who's going to take as much territory as possible, and that's what happens in these early turns.
Yeah, Cookies, a bit small cards for the opening, meanwhile Pika taking so much space, and we love to see Pika being so aggressive. That's Pika's map, that's the map where Pika loves to get in and take so much space, and right now the captain is going to do so much for that.
And already establishing a pretty good lead on DblCookies, 42 to 30 to 28. And the Power Clam looks like is DblCookies looking to place that down there. And the Hero Shot, big card coming in there, completely blocking them off. And the lead is closing in. DblCookies now opting to just put some cards down in their base, get as much pain as possible before Pika really tries to move into their base, which is gonna help them in the long run.
Yeah, that Super Clam, just 1 point smaller than the Hero Shot, really did it so well for DblCookies, but Pika is in, and that's the last thing you want to hear if you are DBL.
And right away, DblCookies is trying to block them off as much as possible, because once Pika is in there, there is no stopping them from just turfing over your entire base, like a little splash that flanked and you didn't notice until like 20 seconds later. And some big cards coming in here. And with the Steel Eel down from DblCookies, that's going to be huge. And right away, just trying to move into Pika space. And Pika has the special, and they're going to be just trying to charge up, because it all comes down to these last few turns.
Yeah, Cookies right now, with after laborious really few first turns, is really getting it back and getting to push really inside Pika's territory. But Pika has 6 special points right now, and so many points and so much for themselves. Pika is in control, but DblCookies has the opportunity to really get back in and get inside Pika's territory. That's what you want to see.
And you see how they're just putting that Fizzy Bomb, moving in right into their base. What Pika notices and is trying to just block them off there. And with just 4 turns, DblCookies still has a chance to move in here. It's not a super strong lead, as Pika just trying to place this whatever they can. They have the special charge that they need for the rest of the map, and just thinking, what card can you put down next?
Yeah, and with the Wiper, Pika manages to get even more special points, as if that was needed. Right now, DblCookies needs to build so much to get back in. That game could be very well so powerful for Pika. Doing even more special, you don't need that much.
Pika just... Pika wants as many... Yeah, you got 2 turns left. Pika just might use both of their specials. They have enough. And DblCookies has to do a really good job of defending here, or Pika could potentially take this first game.
With 2 turns left, we're going to see special attack after special attack, and we are starting with a Hype Manta Storm, big man. Pika 100 to 68 right now, and ready to make more, but that captain from DblCookies might be able to at least get back in, almost get back on the board, and even if Pika passes right now, Cookies is going to lose this one.
And a very interesting game. Pika charging up their special so much and just using those last 2 turns to their advantage. And they're going to be taking game 1 of our grand final set, and that's going to be huge for the rest of the set.
Yeah, bad game 1 gives a lot to Pika, but DblCookies, they've gone through losers bracket, and last time they were against Pika, they went the distance, they went to a game 5, and we know DblCookie can take so much of Pika Pika. We know that these players are evenly matched, and with a captain and a Kali on the opening hand, that might be a great game in store for DblCookies.
Pretty big cards to start off the game. That's going to be really good for Cookies. With the captain being placed down from Pika Pika. And now it looks like DblCookies placing their captain down, going right for Pika Pika's base. And what will Pika Pika really use there? They could literally just use the Kali card and it'll be a kind of steadfast kind of situation.
Oh,
there.
it's
a Splatus Go. Same deck. And now that Pika Pika has an opening, they could potentially get into their base, but DblCookies not just in the defend here, but to go on the offense. That's going to be interesting. What can they really be planning here? Because if Pika Pika can move into his base, that could potentially be game.
I mean, if you move into my base while I move into yours, in the end we're pretty much even, and that's what these two players are doing, and DblCookies making a special in the process, and quite a bunch of points. That's like quite a trade between the two players, but DblCookies continuing pushing in while making special points. There's no need to defend if you're constantly attacking.
And now DblCookies, they have more special charge up than Pika Pika. And down to this 1 point scenario, and they're opting to paint their base. Will Pika Pika choose to paint their base, or will they go on the offense into Cookie's base? And they have 30 seconds to decide what they're gonna do. And it looks like the Mudmouth come in there, and yeah, they're gonna be opting to paint their base up just a little bit more, try to get as many points on the board as possible. The Tri-Stringer coming in here, trying to find a good spot to place it down.
With Pika Pika's side of the map completely painted, we can expect Pika Pika to try to get in as far in Cookie's side, because they know they don't need to defend anymore, so they can try to probably overlap what Cookies has to place there to stop Pika's push in.
And it comes down to these last 5 seconds. What will Pika Pika? Goes the little suction bomb, charging up their special, and now they're equal charge up. So it's up to Pika Pika to either charge up special and just try to move in, or will Cookies just defend them off? And it comes down to these last both Stampers coming out there. And Cookies able to get more charge up with 5 turns. They do have special in their advantage, opting to just try to pin up mid now, which is going to be huge to see what will Pika Pika do. The Busy Bomb coming in here, pinning more of their base, charging up the special. Now Pika Pika has more special charge up, and it's going to be interesting to see what they are going to opt for here.
Yeah, we were waiting for that one. Cookies getting 4 specials for the price of 1, but still giving 1 to Pika Pika. Pika Pika was counting on it. And right now we are entering the final stage of this. Cookies slightly behind in points, but with 1 extra special point. That is a close one, and that could be decided by pretty much any move that our 2 players are going to do.
You know, it just comes down to these last 3 turns. These are the turns that matter the most. And with just 10 seconds left, they're placing down the special, the Tri-Slosher. And ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Now with just 2 turns, Pika Pika, they have the special charge up ready. They could just be waiting for these last 2 turns to let them loose. And we do have a special trying to be used by Cookies. Trying to just take as enough of the turf as possible and gain as much, which is really going to be needed in these last turns.
Yeah, that Splat Charger from Cookies will make a lot and build that extra last special to probably, well, use the last card. I don't know what it is, but it's probably a special.
Ultra Stamp coming up from Pika Pika. And with 1 turn left, Cookies has 1 more chance, and they could just be opting to cover up as much as Pika Pika's territory as possible that they took from them. And it looks like Pika Pika probably be opting for this kind of special situation, trying to just paint over them as much as possible. And there they come. And with the last turn established, that's going to be a very close game.
It's gonna go down to special efficiency, but Pika Pika had a slight heads up in points, and that's gonna give them the victory. 2-0 right now for Pika Pika. DblCookies back on the wall. They need a 3-win sweep just to get a bracket reset, Matthew.
And now it comes down to this last game. Will Pika Pika take the 3-0 win over Cookies, or will Cookies hang in there strong? It all comes down to the last 12 turns to see who will win Duel On number 4.
And Square Squared, a map so different, a map where you can't really block the enemy off, and we've seen Pika Pika doing such great blocking of DblCookies, so going there is going to allow DblCookies to play their game however they want without being too stopped by Pika Pika. Pika Pika with the early Ultra Stamp, trying to make some points but getting completely overlapped by the meter.
With the special points online, they both have 2, and Cookies able to just keep the lead for a little bit longer, but still it's barely a lead for them, and they have to think what kind of cards can they really put down here to establish as much turf. And it's up to Pika Pika to decide what are they going to be doing. Do they want to charge up, or do they just want to go for turf? And it looks like they are opting for the turf game. And now Cookies has a little bit more special than Pika Pika, and it's really up to them to decide, are they just going to save up their special points for the last 2 turns, just like how Pika Pika has been doing for these past 2 games.
Yeah, right now it's really going to be decided by what player manages to build the better paint, the better specials. We still have yet to see really one player really trying to carve space for themselves, and well, they are both trying to do so. Cookies getting the special point out of it. Pika Pika trying to sneak inside. That could change a lot if Pika Pika manages to make the best of out of that line at the bottom.
Every card really matters here, especially in this scenario where Cookies is 1 game away from losing. They have to keep up their lead as much as possible, and Pika Pika trying to charge up their special as much as possible, while Cookies is also doing the same. But Cookies has established kind of the area, just trying to turf as much as possible, placing down as many cards as they can, while Pika Pika already moving whatever they can.
Yeah, we are still waiting on Pika Pika's move, but right now Cookies ahead in points, and with the opportunity to build a lot of special in that bottom left, they could get this game, they could get themselves on the board and make the giant that is Pika Pika bleed.
Now, Pika Pika, both players actually have a really good special charge on their side here, and Cookies opting to just try to cut off Pika Pika and literally just try to circle them as much as possible, which is going to be huge because Pika Pika needs to take some of Cookie's territory if they really want to win this last game.
Ooh! And that slamming lead is going to take the special from the Splat Charger. What a read by Pika Pika after leaving this out in the open for so long. And now Cookies it's time to use your special, all the special that you've built up to establish and make sure that you stay ahead on points. Let's
The Jet just trying to find a place to put down there. There goes Mr. Coco from Pika. Big points. That's gonna be huge. But with 2 turns left, Cookie's just barely hanging on. And both, they don't have too much special charge, but it all comes down, if Pika can play their cards right, they could potentially get the 3-0 win. And there goes the Reef Slider. And that's gonna be big. But it all comes down to this last turn. Pika taking that lead. And now it comes down. Will Cookies be able to do something to take that lead?
with that Ultra Strump on the side of DblCookies, it's going to be decided by Pika being able to place a really good card somewhere in one of the corners. And that's a pass. Game goes to Cookies.
And that, a very nice game, establishing Cookies win, and they are not going down without a fight. But now Pika gets the counter pick, so they get to decide what map do they want to be playing on next, and what map do you think, or what map do they think is going to give them the win?
I mean, well, I'm not sure, but it looks like it's going to be Thunder Point for Pika, not even hesitating for a second. We are going there right away. And that hand, it has the captain, but it's only very small cards on the side of that. And if DblCookies doesn't pull a good card right now after this captain, this could be a very tough opening for them.
Trying to move in, trying to take as much territory as Cookies can. See what they can really do with the little space that they have with those cards. Potentially Pika could potentially have bigger cards from their deck when they drew.
Yep.
And there goes the hero shot. They do have the bigger card, and trying to push into Cookie's base is what they're really going to need to take this win.
Yeah, that extension from Pika is can only keep going. Pika never stops attacking, and you can bet that they have another big card or another card that will allow them to extend even further into Cookie's territory. And here we go, the Mudmouth, taking a lot of space and really being a thorn on DblCookies' side, but DblCookies are almost able to place Murray inside Pika's territory, but they'll have to put it defensively, I guess.
And even if they do place it defensive, they do get a bit of points on the board for them. And that's going to really help them. And the Shiver card come out. They're both opting to paint the base. And Pika still able to keep that lead and try to get as much paint as possible. With the Slushy coming out from Cookies, just trying to find the best spot to put it in. And Pika is thinking what they can do to win this game.
That's a great slush spot. He's going to build a lot of special, meanwhile Pika killing the Mudmouth with a suction bomb, getting 2 specials, and right now DblCookies needs to build special, needs to make points. They have a good wall on Pika, but right now Pika is a little bit ahead. And that could trickle down later in the game.
And Pika just thinking, what card can they place next? And a special very early. The Wiper coming in here, trying to block off that ballpoint. And that's interesting. We haven't really seen Pika put down a special that early into a match.
Yes, I guess Pika really wanted to pierce through that wall that DblCookies has placed, but that wasn't enough, and that Splatana is going to make 1 special point back, but it's not going to be enough to really get inside Cookie's territory. Pika Pika needs an extra special to get in, and meanwhile DblCookies can keep painting the ground and building special.
And with these last 3 seconds, Pika Pika has been taking their time choosing which cards they're going to be using very wisely, which is what you have to do, especially as we're coming to this end of the tournament. We're halfway through our grand final set, basically. And these last 2 players have earned their way, both of them very strong players, and they really need to think what cards can they place to beat each other. And we do see that power climb, but another special coming up from Pika Pika, trying to block them off.
Yeah, Pika Pika still trying to get in. That Fizzy Bomb is going to be able to get in, but too little too late. There aren't any more points to make there, and that's going to be a pass on the side of Pika Pika. DblCookies ahead in special and in such good position to attack. Another pass by Pika Pika. That's Cookie's game.
Cookie's having so much special charge up ready, and Pika Pika just barely hanging in there. And it all comes down. Pika Pika doesn't have that much special ready for them, and they're passing again. They just don't have that much space to move around. And with just 1 turn left and the last special coming out from Cookies, it looks like the last ditch effort from Pika Pika, just trying to paint him as much as possible. But it looks like Cookies is not going down easily, and we are going to be seeing a Game 5 Grand Final set and potentially a bracket reset.
Yeah, that was such a great game from Cookies, and now Cookies has the opportunity to claim the crown back and become again... Oh no, wait, just to get the bracket reset. That's far from over if Cookies manages to take that one. And Pika Pika going on double Gemini just to shake things up and to make things harder on DblCookies. DblCookies getting the redraw, and that's not a great redraw for DblCookies. That's going to be an opening with the Super Chump. That card with no special points that cannot build special, you want to use it as late in the game as you can, because right now Pika Pika opens with Captain and takes so much space.
Again, these early big cards are what matters the most, and Cookies couldn't start off with a strong card. And now, right away, Pika Pika trying to charge up their special, and Cookies just trying to move into their base. What can they do to counter this Pika Pika? If they can just charge up their specials and use them more wisely, they could take this game and win the set. Or if Cookies wins this, we could potentially see a bracket reset, which is going to be very hyped to see, because both of these players, super strong, super smart players, and every card they place, they're placing it so wisely, and we've just seen such close games from them. It's going to be exciting to see what they can do in this Game 5 scenario.
It looks like both players are trying to make do and make the plays with very small cards, but still trying to take space, occupy some, and in the meantime prepare some special. We see like very nice preparation of special on the side of DblCookies. Both the special points will be pretty much primed for the attack very soon.
And they're just thinking over what can they place down here. Neo Splash coming up from Pika Pika, charging up their special. And if they can just charge up their special this early and just wait until endgame, that could be huge. And Cookies just trying to paint up as much of their base as possible. It's going to be interesting to see if Pika Pika can really charge up their specials and use it wisely.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Kohawk still pushing in enemy territory. You want to get as much space as you can. Pika Pika, meanwhile, with the very small cards, making sure they get the block, making sure that entry is going to be as hard as can be for our competitor. Meanwhile, DblCookie, that's a pretty good card for Gemini, but that's gonna be hard to build special off.
But very bold move from Pika. Just last match using that special pretty early. Normally we see Pika using their specials in the 3-2 turns, but on turn 7 they released that special. But they could afford it because Cookies doesn't have that much special charged up either.
Yeah, that special is going to allow Pika to get in that last part of the map that Cookies was trying to paint, and Cookies right now, they don't have that much to block, and they have very small cards that will allow them to at least build special, get back in the game.
And now it just comes down, what cards can they place and what are they going to do? And now it's just so late into these games, they have to really think, what can they do, what can they use to their advantage, and what kind of specials that they can use to try to take as much territory as possible. And Pika really just setting what cards to go with, and the heavy spotlight coming out, choosing to paint up a little bit more there, where Cookies has a special advantage.
Special advantage for Cookies, but Pika is still in position to paint anywhere on the map, where Cookies is going to build 2 extra special points with the sprinkler. That's a good sprinkler that's going to give them lots of room to breathe as we are entering the final 3 rounds of this game, but also maybe of this tournament if Pika gets it.
Now it just comes down to these last few cards. The bomb, pretty small cards from both players, but Cookies, with 3 turns left, they have special advantage over Pika. So this could be huge. Will Cookies use their special to their advantage and take them down? The Cuttlefish card coming out there, and the special is on for Cookies. Trying to just find the best spot to place this card down. What really matters the most, and Pika has a lot to really think over here. Huge, even more special charger from Cookies, and with these last 2 turns they have to use these specials. They have a lot saved up, in the captain card. They could use that captain card, but they're opting for that charger to try to lock out Pika, trying to use those smart plays. And it just comes down when thus we have 20 seconds. Pika really needs to think, what card can they place down? Even though they're currently winning, the Cookies can easily take this over.
Yeah, and that charger is pretty smart. It's going to allow Cookies to place the captain on the next turn with the 2 special points that are going to be made out of it. Meanwhile, we see a pass on the side of Pika. Pika needs special points, and with so much behind, that captain is going to steal the deal, and that should be a bracket reset unless I'm completely mistaken and cannot count.
And now this last turn, they're trying to find a good spot for the captain card, and they could see it right there. They do have a spot that they can place it in. It comes down. Can they place this and take them into a bracket reset? And the specials are on. Able to go into their base, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. And Cookies forcing Pika into a bracket reset after a sweep.
Cookies and Pika are 5-5 right now. And we are going to know what's decided, which of these 2 will get to 13 in the bracket reset, in which our players will go right in. I'm not sure on what map these 2 players will start, but this is going to be a great one to see. And whoa! And we will start on Main Street, a map that Pika absolutely loves. Oh wait, no, we don't start on Main Street. I'm not sure on which map we start, but anyways. I mean, both these players have shown so much skill and have been at the top of so many Tableturf tournaments so far. They are very well known, and yes, we will start on Square Squared, a map that I think favors Cookies a bit more, but we will see what these two players have to say about that.
And it just comes down, is Cookies gonna be able to sweep Pika Pika, or will Pika Pika take the win? It all comes down. Just completely forget about the set we just had. We worry about the bracket reset because that is where it really matters. And at this point, that is anyone's game.
Yep, and it looks like both our players are using the spot between that reset to take a small break. And we will be... Oh, it looks like they are ready to get in. So we should be getting right back in with the game on Squared. I see players preparing their cards and getting ready up.
They are getting the decks ready, they're sat down, and it all comes down to this bracket reset of Duel On number 4. This is going to be an intense finale set.
Yep, and both our players are choosing their decks. We will still be looking at Cookies. What do we have for an opening? That's pretty much an instant on the side of Cookies, but not the best card you want to see for an opening. At least there's an Eater that's going to allow a push in, but Cookies very low on options right now.
And now Cookies opting to just try to take as much turf from Pika Pika as possible. Just trying to get those easy points out of the way, using that charger. And let's see if Pika Pika can play this right with the Octo Sniper. And honestly, now that they're both kind of in each other's base, it all comes down to who can get the most points, who can charge up the specials faster. And yeah, we're going to be seeing what these two players can do. Two very strong players who have earned their spots in the grand finals. And with the bracket reset, Cookies is not going down without a fight, and I think Pika Pika really knows that.
Yeah, ooh, very big overlap in favor of Cookies. Pika Pika is going to get a special point out of that, but DblCookies is going to get the points. And right now, Cookies is getting the reads. That is so much for them. They are getting the point lead and special points in the process. That is very much what you want to see if you're DblCookies. That is the momentum in their favor.
Up really early, Pika Pika. They could just try to do what they were doing before and save this to try to move. Last game we saw Pika Pika use a special around turn 7, and it honestly didn't work out well, and Cookies was able to take more territory than them. But if Pika Pika plays this correctly, they could get the win.
Yeah, right now Pika Pika doesn't need to use any special. They are right there inside the territory. And oh, that's just a perfect spot for the Lil Judd. That's what you like to see when it clicks.
And now we kind of enter the midpoint of this game, and both players have really established what's going on. Pika Pika needs to keep those specials at the ready, and Cookies also needs to get ready. Just try to claim as much territory as possible and be ready to defend, because Pika Pika's specials are very strong.
Yeah, and the cold-blooded bandit Shiver is going to make a lot of points for Pika Pika. right now, all players are completely tied in terms of points and specials. Everything is up for grabs.
The Sploosh-matic coming in here. More special charge up for Cookies, but Pika able to maintain that turf control and try to get as much as possible. The Splat Bomb with Cookies being placed down to try to get as many special points as possible. Cookies might have an advantage here, but Pika will not go down without a fight.
Indeed, Pika has every opportunity to turn things around with so much paint and special points all around the map. Meanwhile, like you can see in the middle of the map, there's such a nice juicy chunk of yellow that Pika is probably preparing to completely take over. Meanwhile, Pika, because their blue is everywhere around, there isn't really a good spot to make the best out of that ultra stomp that Cookies want to place right now.
You know, these last 2 turns, the slamming leg coming in here, and the special points are online. And with the last 2 turns, they have almost pretty much equal charge up here. Cookies has the inkjet, but they also still have the captain card at the ready. So if Cookies plays the cards correctly, they could take the first game of the bracket reset.
Yeah, I don't think the captain will come without enough special to combo with another special, but we will see the inkjet and then we will see what about you. Maybe the splatter shot or maybe the stamper. Oh wait, that's enough for the captain. When did that? Oh, did I discount the special? Oh, that's great for the Cookies. But right now, Pika is ahead in points by quite a bunch. If they get a good special, that could be it. Honestly, it's very close right now.
And it all comes down to hammer coming out from Pika. That's close.
That was a very big hammer, and that's going to take it for Pika. Very great game by both players. Pika just slightly ahead. And that's 1-0 in this bracket reset. And we know that Cookies can get it back.
Now that Cookies has the counter pick, they could pick a map of their favorite and potentially win next game. But all comes down to Pika can hold their ground and play the cards correctly. I need to stop making that pun. Tell me to stop.
Nah, it's fine. Keep doing it. It's a good one.
And Cookies has pretty good cards compared to game 1. Right away starting off with the Cali card.
Yeah, that's the redraw you want to see if you're in Cookies' head right now. And Cookies opening with Kali and has good cards for follow-up cards that can really occupy space and build special very fast. Meanwhile, a Kraken Royale opening by Pika, that's pretty much a show of weakness of your hand if you open with a card that doesn't have a special dot.
And now just they're taking their time to see what they can really place down here. And Cookies opting to place down that Super Clam. And it's up to Pika to decide what are they going to do with that Splatter Scope, blocking off that Power Clam a little bit. But that's going to be really good for Pika.
That Splatter Scope is going to get a little bit out of yellow, but right now DblCookies has their side of the map blocked off from themselves and they can push in with the Tri-Stringer. Yeah, backline weapons are the best to push in this game mode. They're your aggro weapons, and that's what I love about it.
And and it comes down, what are they going to place? Even just this early, they have been taking their time placing the cards down here, and the hero shot coming in, completely blocking off the tri-stringer.
Just giving up the special points and having all the points taken right now. That is such a good ballpoint splatling for DblCookie. DblCookie is in such a good spot. That's their game to lose, and we see they have the spot ready for the Splatana, and they can paint as much as they want in Pika Pika's domain.
Ready. Pika Pika has just been really thinking, what are they going to place down? And the captain card's going to be placing down and establishing as many points as possible, really needing to charge up specials, what's going to be needed for the later in these games.
And Cookie's showing us, hey, I can build 2 specials right there with that card, but I will build 2 special right here with that Splatana before Pika Pika is able to block it with a tri-stringer. Great Splatana placement. And now we can put the slusher and make 2 extra special points. Cookies with the moves right now.
And the blaster's gonna get placed, 2 different weapons being placed down here. And with 5 turns, it's gonna be a ending. And DblCookies has way more special compared to Pika Pika, so Pika Pika has to really start to charge up in these last 3 turns and get ready.
Yeah, and Cookie has all the time to paint. I mean, all the time. They have 5 turns left and they still haven't baited the bottom of the map. That's how safe Cookie feels right now. But these specials that Pika Pika just made are gonna force Cookies to really paint at the bottom and keep them from getting in.
And with these last 4 turns, Pika Pika has to be ready because DblCookies has been laying down some really strong cards. And it really comes down to what cards are they going to place to get the most turf. And that's really just the fun of this game mode.
Yep. And here we see...
Right away.
Yeah. Pika Pika finally getting in. But they used pretty much all their special right before the final turns just to get in right now. If DblCookies can manage to block them off with that hero shot, that could seal the deal and give them pretty much the whole map for themselves.
And DblCookies, they have the special that they need, even though Pika Pika has a slight lead. Big man cards coming in there, able to just climb a little bit more, but DblCookies, look at that special charge up that they have.
Yeah, DblCookies right now with so much special, they can take all the space they want, and that captain 1 turn before the end is going to show us how much DblCookies is really ahead in points, but no, I guess we will see the splat charge first.
Putting it right into their base, and the charger coming out from Pika Pika, and with 1 turn, it's gonna be a very close ending. And with the special that DblCookies has, this could potentially be game, and Cookies can take the lead in this last.
And Pika Pika has only 2 special points. They cannot come close to making as much territory as that super champ. That should be the game for DblCookies, but that should be super close.
And what a close set we're having! DblCookies is not going down easily.
1-1, and this is going to be a long one, and I really love to see it. Both these players are so good, and it's Pika Pika's turn to select their map, and well, of course, they are going on Main Street. Their favorite map, that map where they can do so much, where they have shown so much aggressivity and really map control. That map, that's deceptively, like, you think it's simple, but there is so much that can be done so fast and so many different options you can have to get in or block your opponent. And that's the map that Pika Pika has shown time and time again that they can really take control of the game on.
Now it comes down. Game 3 of our bracket reset. It's really finally coming to an ending. Very, very close set. And with the Zyliqx might have a chance to just take as much as mid as possible.
Yeah, Cookie's trying to get in before Pika Pika manages to really stop any entering. And that's really the choice that you have. Either really block things or get in, but Pika Pika opting to do neither and build special. Meanwhile, DBL has the opportunity to really keep pushing and really make so much more out of it.
And with the spotter scope coming down from Pika Pika, it's going to be very close in just turf points, but Pika Pika has a slight special lead on DblCookies, so we could just see them charge up their special and save it into the last 3 turns, or will DblCookies, they can choose to really pin their base and get as many points as possible and just get ready for the late game.
Yeah, and that little Judd is very restrictive. You are bunking and Pika Pika not being aggressive, and that's a bet that I wouldn't make unless Cookies is betting on the fact that Pika Pika doesn't have the cards right now, and well, Pika Pika is just building special, and with Cookies really blocking that part of the map, that special is going to be needed, and I guess we're gonna see very early special on the side of Pika Pika.
And now it all. See, the Mudmouth is down in the ballpoint splat link from Cookies. And that's going to be huge. DblCookies able to just try to get as much as they can in Pika Pika's face. And now that Pika Pika, they have way more special charge up compared to Cookies. So Cookies needs to just get as many charge ups as he can, and then just wait until the last 3 turns where it really all goes down. Because even in normal turf war, it really goes down to those last 30 seconds. Everything from before doesn't matter. And once the specials are out, it's going to be huge. And Pika Pika is now able to just push in as much as possible.
Yeah, Pika Pika, I really flipping the script and making this game all about special usage, while DblCookies is really trying to make it about zone territory, but Pika Pika doesn't care, just specials.
And now the cards are being placed. The Blaster and Shelly Donnie are down, and they're just trying. Pika Pika really just trying to cut off Cookies as much as possible. And it all down here. Both now almost tied up with specials. Pika Pika was able to afford to put a special down early, but they need to just save the rest of their special charge up for the ending in these last 5 turns that they have.
Yeah, and right now, all players are pretty much even, but Cookies, if they manage to use these special blocks that they have scattered around the map and build special, they can do so much, but Pika Pika is still on the attack. Another special right now, but the second special we see used by Pika Pika. Pika Pika really putting everything down as soon as possible on DblCookies. Not that far behind, and still to really play their hand.
And now with these last 4 turns, The wiper Cookies is trying to find a spot to place it down there. And with the hero shot coming in here, Pika able to put that lead in a little bit further, but look at Cookie specials. They have way more than Pika. Pika has nothing remaining, and it's going to be really hard for them to defend here.
Yeah, not only Pika has very few remaining, there's only 2 blocks on the board right now that they can build special from. So that means, meanwhile, DblCookies has so many more opportunities to build special from. This one is going to build only one, but DblCookies doesn't need that much right now to really get the game for themselves.
And here come the last 2 turns, and here comes the specials. The Super Chump is ready, and it just comes down. Will Cookies be able to take as much as possible? And they do have a chance here, choosing to try to just find a spot to cover their base down. And there comes that special, and the D+F charger coming in here. The 11, 1 turn remaining. Pika has a little more special charge up, so we could see them pull off something here with a very close ending. The cards are pleased, and the double special attack coming in here.
That's it. Pika gets this one. What a game! I have no idea what happened. I have no idea how Pika got this one. What? I don't know, but they just won, and that is a strategy completely unlike anything I've seen before.
And now it comes down to this last game. Cookies has 1 more chance to win, and it all comes down to this last map.
Yeah, Cookies back against the wall again, but we've seen them in that situation before. We know that they can pull it off, and that cuttlefish for the opening is going to give them a lot of space, a lot of control. Meanwhile, the captain for Pika, probably the strongest opening on most maps, is a captain.
And now Cookies opting to try to put that Super Clam into somewhere where they can really gain as many points as possible and take as much from Pika with the heavy spotlight coming in there. Blocking them off there, but Pika does have an opening into Cookies' base.
Yeah, both players managing to sneak into the other. Cookie getting the best of that exchange in terms of points, but not by much. If that Steelhead manages to really stop Pika's entry into Cookie's territory, that could help a lot, especially with a special point on the side.
And here comes the crack on. Huge points for both players. And just with a 1 point scenario here. Pika really needs to just charge up their special and get as many points as possible. DblCookies has that Squid Forest to try to get in their base as possible, but I'm going to place them more on their side. Trying to just charge up their special is what they need here. And it's up to Pika to decide, will they be going to their base, or will they opt to paint their base, which they could get massive points from.
Yeah, that Squid Force, so good for this map. You can really bar some space while building a special pretty much anywhere you are. And right now the Fry coming up right on top for Pika. That's going to block off that side of the map for them while making a huge chunk of points.
I mean, these players just staying in the game, and both players are not going down without a fight. So remember that as we're going into the midpoint of these games, it really just comes down to who will win. So close to this bracket reset. The Neo Splash coming out there, blocking a little bit of Cookie's card, but they are charging up the specials.
Yeah, both players making their special. Both players are pretty much even in points with Cookies, having built a little bit ahead, but Pika has so many special opportunities here and there. this is far from being over, and I couldn't tell you exactly what players is in the best spot. Cookies is going to elect to make a bit more special. Meanwhile, Pika Pika painting with the reflux, extending the point lead.
With the slasher ready from Cookies, they have a bit more special charge up. Pika Pika could use these next 3 turns to really charge up and get ready for the ending, because if Pika Pika is able to charge up those specials and use them wisely, he could take the game and get the win 3-1 over Cookies in the bracket reset of Duel On number 4.
And meanwhile, Pika Pika still putting fairly big cards, considering when we are in the game, and extending ever so slightly that lead in paint. But Cookies has enough special to get back from that, and in just 1 special card. So right now, Cookies, if they manage to keep building that special and keep painting, that could be their game, actually.
It's just such a close finale, and it's time. The little cards out there, but it's time. The last 3 turns are here, and both of them have a bit of special charge already. Pika Pika with 4, but Cookies does have a little bit more to their advantage, and they have that captain card ready, so it's going to be huge to see what they can do here. But they're opting to place a Splat Bomb down there. Pika Pika deciding what are they going to do to try to establish further their lead, because it's not super close as some may think, and it really just comes down if Pika Pika can go right into Cookie's base and take as much as possible.
Pika Pika opting to use the special to get in, and that dot from the charger right inside DblCookies territory could spell trouble, could spell a follow-up special that would do a lot. But right now DblCookies is ready to put the captain in and make as much as they can. If they are able to get that special point back from the captain, that's even better, because that means they'll be able to put that super charm on the last turn. They should get it.
With these last 2 turns, Cookies is going to be using that captain card to their advantage, and Pika Pika is deciding what they can do. And more special charger from Pika. But now that Cookies has the lead, Pika Pika needs to use these last 3 to their advantage. But Cookies, they have that super jump. They have the super jump ready.
That's all special.
Super jump.
That's all that final special, and we know that Pika Pika is going to bring us very similar special as DblCookies, so it's going to be that efficiency. And DblCookies slightly ahead in points and very efficient in that special. DblCookies, Pika Pika needs a perfect, and I'm not sure.
That's going to be going to Cookies. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, everybody. Game 5 of bracket reset. Pika Pika versus Cookies.
All players, they have played so much, each other so much tonight. They are 12-12 right now, and this game, this final game, this only last game will be decided by, well, Pika Pika will decide where it happens, but this will decide everything.
Please. I'm tired. Everyone here is tired.
I want to see more!
Can you 2 nerds finish up already? Alrighty. It comes down to this last game 5 finale.
Yes, and Pika Pika taking all their time to choose their counter pick. That's not a decision you take lightly. Will we go back to Main Street? Will they propose box seats? We're about to know.
They're taking the time to torment me because I'm tired, man. They're like, I'm taking every second I have. And it looks like we have our map for our Game 5 Duel On number 4 finale. Bracket reset. It's tied up 2-2. Pika Pika from the winner's bracket and DblCookies from the loser's bracket. It all comes down to this last game.
It all comes down to it. DblCookies opening with Shelly and Donny, it seems. Still not sure where they're gonna put it. And that map's so different than the rest because of that center island. You always pretty much have 2 ways to get in, and blocking off your opponent is a bit harder and a bit easier at the same time, but you have to make that choice. Do I go right or do I go up at the start of the game?
Right away, just establishing enough space as they can here. Pika Pika going in with the Shiver card. A lot of destroyed special cards coming out here. And if Pika Pika could keep their specials in their favor, they could win this game. But DblCookies is not going down without a fight, and they want to win. It all comes down to this last game.
But Shelly and Danny should probably take a lot of space unless Pika Pika manages to stop it, but no, Pika Pika goes for the other side for the invasion with the Flyfish, and right now the hero shot should be able to find a way to block it or still invade on the side of Pika Pika. That's the choice.
And now I'm just trying to get as much space as possible. And they're opting to place the hero shot down there. And C+F Charger coming up from Pika in very close points. And they haven't charged up any special yet, so they have to really get on that and try to just charge up as much as they can and get those specials ready for late game.
Yeah, both our players need to really take control, but right now, Cookies, you have such small cards. That's going to be very hard to place, but the Takaroka should be able to take some space at least, assuming Pika Pika doesn't chew it in it with another card.
It all comes down to what will Pika Pika choose. We are about almost midway through the game, and it just comes down who will place what. We've just come so far since the beginning of the set, even with our original grand final set here. The block off! But Cookies! 3 special points really fast here. Going in midway to the set, while Pika Pika has none.
Yeah, that's a bunch of special for Cookies, but Pika Pika manages to sneak inside, take the points away. And Pika Pika, if they manage to take these special points that they have scattered all around the map, they could make so much. And here we go, here they're starting to make the specials right now, preparing for these final turns. Meanwhile, Cookies going to make extra 2 with a bunch of paint at the same time. That's the power of Little Judd.
Little Judd coming in here, charging up even more, and with 4 turns left, look at Cookie's charge. They have a lot. If they can even get one more extra point, they could be set. And Pika Pika really needs to do something and get ready because Cookies is not going down easily, and they have the special that they need to win.
Yeah, Cookies right now looking at their possibilities, reading, okay, what do I put where? They know they can make a special point very easily with that Visibomb there, and that's what they're going to do for that turn. Pika Pika behind in special, and they need to build it. They need to build it now. Or they need to use it now, I guess, with an Ultra Strong. That's going to build a special. and take some points right before the last 3 turns of the last game of this whole tournament.
And these last 3 turns, Pika has a lot on the line, and DblCookies maintaining that special charge is insane. And these 2 players have been playing so incredibly smart, but it all comes down to who will win and who will lose. Cookies, if they play their cards right, they could win this bracket reset. And the special coming in here from Cookies, they're both going to be using a charger here. And Pika, they have a little bit of special ready. They're pretty much ready here. But DblCookies, are they going to choose to play off this special? They are. And they're just trying to find a spot to place that super jump that's going to affect Pika big time. And Pika, they only really have one special that they could really use, so they really have to use it wisely. While DblCookies, a little bit more to play around with.
Yeah, and Cookies, right now with Pika being slightly ahead, it's all about that special efficiency. And it's all about if Pika is able to keep these few points that they are ahead. And right now, Pika 1 point of paint behind, but 1 point of special in front. This last turn is going to decide the whole tournament. And right now, Cookies, you need to optimize that splat charger as much as you can.
There goes the place in Pika. They have 4 special points ready. And it comes down, they have 10 seconds to decide what are they going to place down to end off this set. It goes down to now Pika needs to think of something, and there goes the card, the double. There goes the Reef Slider now.
Ooh, that's a huge one.
That is so incredibly close. And it looks like
Such a big one.
Pika coming out on top. Just barely hanging in against Cookies. Winning with 94.
DblCookies so close to being the first player to win Duel On twice. But Pika is going to deny it and become the new champion. But if there's one thing we can say for sure, Mew, is these 2 are so good, so evenly matched, and they give us such great games.
Such strong plays from both players. And just incredible matches, super close. And just nothing you can really say about it. These 2 teams, just players, really gave it their all in this bracket reset, and Cookies was able to hold it up until the very end. Pika, we saw earlier how Pika won 3-2 against DblCookies, so I knew going into this it was going to be a very close set, and I was right. A 3-2 bracket reset finale, and Pika taking the win.
Yeah, congratulations to both players. Matthew, where can people find you, by the way?
You can find me anywhere at Matthew Mega. I'm always on Twitter posting about random poop. I guess I can say poop. I can't say the other word because Majora is going to get mad at me. But there is a word that I can say that Majora would get mad at me for, but it's technically allowed. And that word is... Wait, what? Discord cut it off?
Yeah, Discord cut it off, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's better.
Where can they find you, Pat?
You can find me on Twitter at PatAutumn, and that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching. These Duel On tournaments are such a blast to watch and to comment, and I hope we keep doing this. You will see us next Sunday for Duel On number 5.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Wait, we're doing this again? I didn't sign up for this. Wait,
Every week. Every
no,
week.
no.
Yes.
Wait a second.
You signed up permanently. Anyways,
I have.
thank you all for watching.
Oh.
Bye.
I'm doing this against my will.